Hi everyone, as members are joining. We are just about to kick off. Give few members time to join. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all on. You hear us. Um, so excited to have you back on our second day master class. Sorry, every day beside the Zoom or the live links, they change because they're only valid for a session. Even if we delay a session to enter automatically, we need new links. So please use the latest links. So please take the latest news, the latest links that we have shared. Without further delay, I want to already to present you actually to our speaker of today. The line today is packed. Please invite your friends. Today's free access for everyone. Tomorrow only half day, and then it's only for those holding tickets. So utilize the opportunity to be on with us and share your questions. We have you on Zoom, we have you on Facebook, and we have you here and then we have you on YouTube. We'll be trying to see you everywhere and to answer questions or comments where they come up. So without further delay, I really want to just jump straight to our speaker today. We didn't have much time for review, but I will try to pack it in later. Just as a disclaimer, this presentation, webinar, and so on and so forth, Telegram, on Twitter, or any medium communication, including private correspondence, constitutes no financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor and hold no formal qualification. This trade entirely at your own risk. This is therefore for entertainment purpose only. That is the part we need to tell you. About my part, I will not talk much. You will see me later, and then I'll share more as you see me then. Okay, you see me at least in face here. We had a great presenter yesterday on board. I will also not talk much about that, but we talk about the presenter today. This is Mr. Paul Lewis from Bedship. He has joined us. Sorry, let me just jump back here. Someone is fast here. So this is Mr. Paul Lewis from Bedship. He's the co-founder and CEO of
Okay, guys. Good morning. Good morning from where you are. I hope you can hear me. I'm saying someone was talking about mixed voices. Please, you still have mixed voices. That is for the sake of those that can't hear us, or double mixes of voices. Please make a shout out so that we can maybe rectify this. Mr. Michael, that is bit to be keep here. He's trying to get on back, and I'm trying to write on the show. Good morning once again. Good evening from where you are. By names Louis Sekabuja Paul, CEO and co-founder Bedship Holdings. I'm glad to have you on this tremendous presentation, and I hope we can share and enjoy this. Um, Without any further ado, I would like to share with you what we have on course. Basically, with those that try to go through our timetable and what we had planned for our people, it is majorly into what we can pre-describe of the nature of ideas that we're going to be sharing here and there. Now, as I'm trying to right up to my shared screen. I'm glad to have you as Betchy Holdings I'm so in, but I don't know whether my people can. My connection is there. Okay, on. Guys, can you please share the screen, please? Hello, hello, hello.
The screen is there.
Hello, hello.
Just
Okay,
Okay.
guys, thank you so much. I was trying to find out whether my screen is being shared. Holdings Limited. Hello. Jesus. Oh, guys, please excuse our reception. I think we're having an issue with our reception, but all is good now. Just a brief. We're talking about BetChip Holdings, giving a platform to those that do have a courtesy call of sharing and understanding the crypto space. Now, we have been in the space for since 2016, trying to understand the do's and how best can our people enjoy the currencies. So with all this, we've managed to dive deeper and give a chance for those that can to participate into the space. And there, so we have been partnering with one of the best, trying to make sure we live a life of acceptance in whatever we have. Yeah, our business coach is saying the volume is low. Okay, let me try to be a little more audible. Okay, so as we go on forth, we are a brand that has decided to come out as a consult, basically backed up with a drive to facilitate easy adoption, usage, accessibility of the cryptocurrency space in Africa. And in this, so we make sure we give hope for those that still believe there is a platform for them. We also voice for those that participate in different exchanges, looking out for what is the best. How can I dive in? How can I ride on? And which can I pattern with for as long as it carries security and it has some good sense for them. We also dive deep as the bridge to anchor and pilot trust onto different platforms to create an easy trade for the best target market to focus on. Now, these are some of the core fundamental values that each and every person that would want to dive into this space would be looking at. Take to note, if someone is trying to understand a token, a coin that is onto the market, we are the best chance to follow. We are also giving a chance to those that are so green as babies into the space. Before they are being beaten hard, they at least have a sense of trust onto jumping. And then moving on forth, we are, what do we do? What do we basically do? We are also offering training services in our centers. We are located in 3 different countries as we talk. We're already in Uganda, we're already in Kenya, and we're already in Congo. We are trying to spread as hard as we can. The speed is a little slow, but slow will be fast, as you know what we have. Now, as we offering these cryptocurrency trading services, they are free of charge. Me and you know, for now we can offer education as the best tech. But as we go on forth, I'm afraid we know where it shall be. It has to be paid. We also provide an exchange, P2P platforms for communities. That is, we are looking at face-to-face payments and then over the counter for a sense of trust, because we know we are dealing with a fragile community that will only believe in the local way of doing things. So they much appreciate looking at someone they are transacting with. Then we also help out in outsmarting Ponzi's and pyramid schemes on the markets. Now, this is a major, and as I'm happy to note that at least we do have cyber experts on the team that are going to be digging deeper into this venture. And we do know that perhaps we'll have the best of the call to make sure we gather in that. As we sit down and discuss these things, we try as much as possible to make sure we draw a line and show these people that wherever there is gold, there are tears. So please do not just rush up to something. Always give it a sense of test before you go in there. Get mentors, find logical mentors, join unique and reputable teams that can help you. And the best call here is BetChip Holdings. We also offer corporate project market reviews for the best scores for different projects that come in, simply because we are more of a platform of consult that can help out so many. We build communities around different ecosystems to prove that prove to be of greater use to different communities. Yes, we have done this before. We have partners that have really enjoyed our communities as we draw closer and make sure they enjoy the ecosystems. Now, when I say ecosystems, you do know we're looking at usability, and that is more of our main theme of what drives us forth. Now, cryptocurrency usability and adoption has been the major core that we're looking at today. We are trying to bring in an instance of, now, what do we have? How do we take it over? Which one should we trust? And then how best is it going to be moving? So allow me to continue with my presentation as we draw in, and then we dig deeper to understand what we have. Crypto proponents believe that the currencies such as Bitcoin will achieve universal acceptance someday. True or false? We all know that. But then, however, the path to its mainstream adoption is today hindered by one huge obstacle. And I'm telling you, this is lack of usability. Lack of usability, because if each and every reputable token would easily be used, then I think we'll be on another level. But then the challenge is usability. So that's why we go on and find out what would be again causing about that lack of usability. With different economies dismissing its usage, we have seen so many governments fighting in it, hence reduction its usage, with utmost fear contributing to the slow pace in the usability, hence low adoption. Of course, we are looking at the voice of our governments, of our economies, economists that we believe in, that are supposed to be taking show in what we have. But then as they go down and debug on it, what are we left with? Nothing. So we notice that another concerning factor that is basically the user interface. The user interfaces of these platforms, guys, which complicate customers' lives, hence shying away from platforms. Someone will look at a platform, they want to make a simple transaction, but what are they left with? Only to be told, please do not touch this platform if at all you don't have due knowledge about it. And yet one would want to just come in, walk in and walk out without even any hardship. So the complication is also a major hindrance, and we want to continue like that. But then it's not cryptocurrency itself that is too difficult for users to understand. It's the interfaces of these currency platforms themselves, which are intimidating to all, but most technically skilled, as if they're only targeting those that are in the formal sector. We are looking at a situation whereby those that are in formal sector are also catered for. It is of a major concern, and we are yet to make sure we don't lose out on this. When we look at the communities that we're jumping into and moving on with, only the formal sector has been catered for. Take, for instance, when you look at the big platforms that have been shattered around, they are only looking at those big volumes that come in once in a while. They are not looking at a possibility of building concession of volume, whereby as you have your ecosystem, you do know that even those low grade volumes can turn out to be great volumes for as long as trust is built, because trust is built over time. So many people would want to first test out for as less as they can, and then maybe with time to come, they overshow with they have more volumes as they're building in more communities. So when we look at the current communities, the current actually platforms, here we are looking at more so the exchange platforms that are being showcased. The token, the company tokens that are being laid out, they bring out sophisticated wallets simply because they're trying to brag around with their security. And yet we know the best security does not mean being that so sophisticated. It means you have to know where you're heading and be able to cater for even the least person there. So here we are trying to open up a door for the informal sector to make sure they are also catered for, to make sure they are also into the brim. So as we go on forth, we are also noticing that with what we have, the power of the currencies have to be moved with, of course, a barrier of entry. Just one part of the bigger problem, crypto enthusiasts are aware that these currencies need to reach a critical mass of users before they are really useful as currencies. Currently, even those who are creating accounts and purchasing cryptocurrencies frequently are not using cryptocurrencies for its ostensible purpose, buying things. Some individuals have lost out. All they are doing is they have gotten rich in a treating cryptocurrency investment vehicle, whereby they ride in as early as possible, make a little investments. They turn out to at least make as if win a jackpot, I may propose. It's more of winning a jackpot. This is one factor that is also becoming a very big problem. Why? Because now our part of the world is being considered to be taken as a gambling platform. This is not gambling. This is not gambling. I must repeat myself. Many have enticed others, friends, relatives, to patch in for as low as they can to make sure they make something. But are we going to stand in like that? Is that the social cause? Can we go down to the real facts and see if someone is meant to benefit from these fields and societies? What are they supposed to be doing? What are they left with? How are they going to stand with it? Because if you look at the latter, you're not going to be impressed. This is one of the sole causes of the pyramids and Ponzi schemes. Why? Because the main feature has been lost. They're forgetting the volatility scales of the people that dive in. They only look at the positives. That is why when you look at such corporate meetings, more so in the virtue of blockchain technology trainings with experts, the first bits that are supposed to be relayed on are, please, this is not financial advice. Giving you a loop to also exercise, taking a deeper breath and research. Our part is to give you the stepping stone, then you follow through. Be part of the business, be part of the game, enjoy it, own it up, and you'll get what you want. Fast forward furthermore, many users don't even know where to store their currencies. I'm telling you, some others are only looked up to. They are looking at the masses talk. And with masses talk, we are talking about what has the friend recommended without any due diligence of, okay, whatever he has recommended, is it worth it? I'm sorry to talk about blockchain wallets here, We don't want to mention such, but allow me to, because it is one of the most that has been taken up. But when someone comes to you running and they're like, hey, my tokens have disappeared, I don't know how and when, you ask them, did you know where you're storing the tokens? Thanks to God, nowadays we also have, actually no technology, nowadays we have cold wallets. We do have amazing technology that can help out. Because in the beginning, someone would take up the initial part of blockchain and what it is supposed to be accustomed with. When we look at it, we are looking at digital ledgers that are registering on a public domain. These are digital ledgers. They cannot be erased. But don't forget the fact that even if they can't be erased, you're not going to just stress out where your tokens have gone. All you'll be seeing is that wallet. But can you pull back? No, you can't. So you have to have that knowledge. Now, that is why BetChip comes in to offer this. Right now, it's a free service. I'm encouraging you to tell someone to come and enjoy this while it still lasts, my dears. So this may leave you wondering whether they are supposed to be doing something between onboarding or buying, whether this is the right or wrong way to store the currency. The current cryptocurrency platforms aren't offering so much of guidance. We have a script in our educating platform that we normally use. We want to use the notation letters of the word LAN. LAN is L-E-A-R-N. Now, when you remove that first L, you go on to AN. So we encourage our people, please first dig deeper, learn, and then you will earn. And with all this knowledge that we're incepting into someone, we make sure they have the best of the best. An idea in cryptocurrency experience should not only answer these questions, but also thoroughly guide you for each unique user, whether she's a technical expert, a newbie hoping to break into the industry. Now, this is a major, guys, because when someone is trying to drive a newbie into the industry, I don't know why, but it's courtesy nowadays. They only want to show them how much they have made. They do not want to show them the time it has taken them to make what they have made. Those that have nailed the jackpot, I'm sorry to call it a jackpot because that's what I'm saying. Those that nailed the jackpot would want to emphasize how it has taken them 1 week to become millionaires in dollars. Of recent, they've been talking about one of the latest, I don't want to call it the Jog coin, the Jog coin. They call it the Doge, the Jog Doge. But it's making wonders, guys. But I'll guarantee you that of definitely the crypto space, they are talking about 17 USDs, and now I have 6 million USDs. And then the one down there will just wrap up. They won't be looking at which one else can I also do the same with, without knowing what caused that. How did it move in? In fact, to make a breakup, the recent market has told the story. It has shaken many. It has really shaken many. And now we know where we lie. We know that some of them were just visitors. Some of them were just testers. Some of them did not know what they were jumping into. I'm happy to know that most of our people and our platform, that is for BetChip Holdings, and our partners at large, whatever they are having, they do make sure at all costs they offer advice, but to give you more of due diligence to follow through. They do not tell you this is potentialized, this is going to make you billions of dollars. No, they will tell you what they would expect, but then at the end of the day, the disclaimer has to loop in, which is very, very good. Now, as we continue, guys, we do have a lot, but please allow me to enjoy this time as the next speaker kicks in. Thank you so much. I do believe we are following through. Now, to continue with this, we have decided to share with you our usability circle, the usability circle. We are looking at the potential ease that we were talking about in the beginning. And then as you're trying to clarify, as you're trying to dig deep into a token, what comes into your mind These are one of the first tips that you're supposed to be having. Affordability. Yes, affordability, guys. Look at this. You are looking at something that you can easily buy. Because, as a disclaimer, we are supposed to spot check you with. Please do not at any time invest. Do not at any time invest anything you're not willing to lose. Do not, as you're putting it there. And I think this is supposed to be a repeated pattern for guys, each and every one that is in the space. As you're mentioning the NFA, non-financial advice, please do also make sure you add on that bit of do not invest what you're not willing to lose. Why? Because these people are only looking at the profitability without looking at the other part in the negative direction. We have to put that as a constant. So affordability is key, meaning that the more looking at someone's gauging, if at all they can afford something, then it's a good to go for them. Fast forward as well, we are looking at easy storage. How best can I store my currency, my token? When I buy it, where do I store it? Is it easily lost? Can I easily have backup for it? Nowadays, we're having a lot of dApps. You know, people are so jumping into dApps each and every moment. We're looking at a market that is shining out to about 9,000 plus all over. 9,000 plus all over. So when someone looks at a dApp, they're looking at one, affordability, two, easy storage, because there are different platforms that have come up, MetaTrader, MetaMasks, there is Ethereum and the like, my Ethereum wallet. They're trying to do the best to offer the best dApps. Very many are now doing dApp wallets to offer. But how best can you store this? When you look at, for example, the tokens onto the Ethereum chain, that is the ERC20 and the like, nowadays there's so many that are shining through, but I do know you're also aware of the gas fees that are involved. We do have people that approach us. Someone was asking me, what does GUI mean? GUI. It's Ethereum, but why are they talking about the GUI as the gas fees and the like? They are exorbitant nowadays. They're kind of hectic, guys. But if at all you can afford, then why won't you take up a dApp for that? But easy storage. Then we also have the easy buy. How do you buy it easily without any hassle? Without any hassle, how can you easily buy it? That is number 3. Those are some of the codes that you can look at, guys. Then to wrap it up, also we have the easy sale. The fact that the entry has been made. How do you exit? That is supposed to be a prior. Easy entry, easy exit. Whenever you have easy entry and poor exit, oh my God, you're calling for yourself a deathbed. Very people nowadays are getting used to the platforms that used to come with the idea of buy these tokens. Don't worry, give it 2-3 years. We have taken them to escrow. After 3 years, the price would have matured to some maybe price, I don't know what, then come back and make your buyout. Sell them. It's more of a dump. But before you know it, on to the first year is okay. The second year, the website is closed. Guys, we are supposed to be knowing the ins and out. Do not enter a tunnel without seeing the light on the side. As you're doing what you do, for us, we can recommend, yes, but that doesn't stop you from also going in. We do not own these platforms, but one thing we're sure of, we have what we can give you as a sense of trust. So as you're having these as a core values, they should be at the slip of your fingers. Affordability, easy storage, easy buy, and then the easy sell. When you have it, you've nailed it. I'm telling you, you have it, you've nailed it. And that is basically for what we can have. Now, this can do in all dApps, tokens across the market. And it's beautiful. You can enjoy it. You can have them from wherever you want. We are happy to have different chain structures that are rolling in. The Binance Smart Chain is also there. So once you have that accessibility also, you can have it. The Binance Chain wallets, you can access these tokens there. And it's really a very good venture for you as we wrap up and move. So as we go on, we're not forgetting the core values of what we're supposed to be having. Now, today's theme was basically built on usability and then the fact of the market and how it moves. Introducing the Pundi X and our partner Bit2Big. Now, this is BetChip trying to introduce the Pundi X. Now, Pundi X, as a brief, this is a company from Singapore. Now, I want to just jump in and show you the ease, the usability, and how we're supposed to be showcasing. Now, Pundi X with our partner Bit2Big. Bit2Big, of course, that's the company that is, I think, Kipia, that is connecting the BetChip to Pundi X with all the platforms laid. These guys entrusted us with the community and how we're moving, how we're trying to showcase our different communities and adoption of the ecosystem and how it's supposed to be moving. So PonyX originates from Singapore. This company is from Singapore, and its existence is as way back from 2017, showcasing one of their first tokens called the PonyX token, right from Singapore, with different awards from the fintech awards of Singapore. This company is amazing. It has looked at what is missing in the market. Now, this is prior, guys. As we're looking out for different tokens, this is just a tip. Please make sure as you're looking out for a token, you're looking at its usage. We know so much that in the current world we're living, very many tokens are coming up, but these are more of balloon tokens. These are balloon tokens, I'm telling you. These are tokens that are being dressed more so with an instance of showcasing what people are used to as white papers. And with the white paper, they are only looking at what you're going to be reading in their phone. Remember, these people are so used to the common formal markets. Now, as someone is looking at white paper, they're going to be looking at why the token was built, how it's supposed to be running and the like. But are you sure that's what it's going to be doing? Isn't it just a balloon that has to burst with time? Let's not jump into tokens that do not have a basis. We are supposed to be dealing with tokens that are supposed to be living with us, in that even if no one invests in the token, it continues moving. Why? Because it's being used. Look at, for example, this other world of the fiat. Look at the dollar. Look at someone using the dollar across the globe in each and every country. Imagine you held up a token that can be used across the globe. That does not even at any point throw the token away. Why? Because at every instant, someone is dying to have it. Let us accustom ourselves to that value of this token I'm jutting in for has this kind of usage. The Pundi X token, right from Pundi, Singapore, these guys looked at what was missing. Very many platforms have been coming up as exchanges, but do not forget that the layman will also look at more of a face-to-face transaction, because that's what they're looking at. They are so incorporated with their own world. They are used to the common banks. They are used to the common ATMs. Fast forward, when we look at where we've been from, in the recent past, very many companies had come up with Bitcoin machines in the sense of ATM machines. These machines are bulky. They're losing it in so many countries. So these guys looked at a potential moment whereby a consumer of this token can look at usage in different platforms, whereby it's not only for you investing or hold, it can take it to the to that least down person who can use it to buy and sell using that exact token. Many are using them for remittancy. Others are using them as an exchange for the good. PonyX, with the first ever blockchain POS machine. Of course, these are point of sale machines. We are happy to announce that in Uganda, we already have them. They're operating. Rwanda, they're already operating. Kenya, they're already operating. Nigeria, already operating. Courtesy Bit2Big, trying to actually, we work hand in hand with Bit2Big, and we're happy to have that. So we're already working. We're trying to spread the gospel across Africa. And who knows, maybe Asia, we're coming, guys. This is one of the best that you cannot rhyme with. These POS machines are on the market, but you cannot beat the blockchain POS machine of the Pundix. So PonyX has enabled real-time crypto transactions at the global retailers pattern. Now, when someone hears, how can someone pay, for example, using cryptocurrency to buy a product, and yet we are looking at the volatility because that's what people mainly look at. These guys have uniquely come up with an idea that can help you make transactions without any loss at the point of selling, at the point of purchase. Your rates are already catered for. Your profits are already catered for. You lose nothing. I should employ you guys to come and check it out. Come and check out the PonyX machine, the Xpost machine. And this machine is built on actually built around an ecosystem that I'm yet to share as well. Talking of the world's first blockchain best post smart device that is already certificated, courtesy of the fintech from Singapore. Now, this machine does a lot. If I may break down, this is magic, I'm telling you. It's amazing. It is something that we wouldn't expect in this current world. We would give it a rough time, maybe, let me say 2030, 2040 or so, but this technology is already amidst us. First of its own kind. One, it facilitates cryptocurrency payments. Someone walks into the store, those that are doing merchantship, someone walks into your store, they have Bitcoin, not looking onto their own token, PonyX. They have Bitcoin, they have BNB, they have Ethereum. They walk into your store, you don't even have to worry about the price of Ethereum. All you do is, please, where is your wallet? Then the transaction is made there and then. If you're worrying about confirmations, you're already catered for. Now, this machine is also embedded with unique technology, guys. Amazing technology, the NFC technology, whereby you can just do the swap. Now, these machines are also handy. They come with what we call the XPass cards. I'm happy to have that with you. The XPass cards. We have our partner, leading distributor partner, Bit2Big Africa, that is helping us deliver these XPass cards that you can just swipe. And remember, the unique factor with these cards are, they are not only for that swipe, they are used as cold wallets for storage of these cryptocurrencies. Amazingly, you can hold 1 million on this card and no one will know. All you do is swipe the card, make the transaction, move on to the next chapter. And then the other amazing fact about these cards is, if you're someone who has been challenged, I know this is a story to tell with those that have been diving deep into the cryptocurrency space. You have a challenge with confirmations. I know of some wallets whereby someone made a transaction and the confirmation appeared after 30 days. I'm telling you, 30 days. It has even happened in this current state of the market that we're being in. We have been taking over, sure, more so when the tokens are having bull runs. I know of someone who made a transaction from my Ethereum wallet and it took 29 days because they were trying to fight fees. And this is a point to note. The higher the fees for transacting, the faster the transaction. The lower the fees, it can even take you for I don't know how. Traffic cannot be repeated, you never know. All they will tell you is this transaction will be completed in 60 minutes and above. So it's up to you. Maybe 60 minutes can carry on. How many hours are in a year? I don't know how. Now, we're looking at a wallet that can be used to make a transaction ASAP, swipe and go home, deal done, with remarkable fees, guys, remarkable fees. You cannot find this on the market. I'm telling you, you cannot find this on the market. You're liquidating with ease. When we look at the current state of the markets we're dealing with, people trust platforms than fellow people. So the company looks at an instance of a platform. We are looking at a scenario whereby stores, guys. So they developed an idea that can just be merged with the current community. This idea is unbeatable, I'm telling you. Imagine walking up to ShopRite and you have to swipe your express card. Imagine walking up to a fuel station and you just have to swipe your express card. In a restaurant, you just have to swipe an express card. Now, whatever we are talking about, unlike those that have been trying to jump into the market with different roadmaps, and they tell you in the later future, you'll be doing this with this card. I'm happy to say right now, this is being done, guys. In Uganda, we already have a market in Barara, a merchant in Barara, who is accepting crypto payments with their fabric. They're selling fabric, but you walk up to your express card and you swipe all through. Rest assured, there are different festivals that have been happening in Singapore and they're being paid using the express card. The current event we're having right now, entry for as long as you have an express card, you can enjoy all these sessions. We're having so many people that are coming up. Singapore is having restaurants. Swipe your card, enjoy Bitcoin, buy, sell, Ethereum. You don't have to worry. It is ASAP. This technology is unbeatable, guys, and it's remarkable. You better run the show as fast as possible. Yeah, so moving on forth as I'm winding up, PundiX and of course our partner B2Big, we are saying that these machines, these POS machines, have been able to be used to buy and sell cryptocurrencies, and then more so, they do accept your debit and credit cards, Visa, MasterCard, Evolve, whatsoever. They do accept them. So this is one hell of a giant, I'm telling you. Selling cryptocurrencies, the mobile payment support that is also being
Just fixing that, just a second.
Okay, guys. Sorry, my internet, but I'm settling there as I'm winding up. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. As we wind up this. Okay. Thank you so much. Now, we're talking of shopping with the currencies. We're looking at the unique factor of you don't have to carry money. You know, we're living a world of fear. Every now and then someone is looking into your pockets. You don't have to talk about what you have. And guys, I must take this also for you. Let me take this opportunity to alert you. Do not show off your wallets. Most of those who are buying in small, don't show off your wallets, please. I'm telling you, guys know that at the end of the day, they can do whatever it takes to make sure they take away that finger that you use to swipe for a transaction to happen, for them to have your tokens into their wallets. So basically, as we move on forth, I'm trying to also unveil to you and show you how these guys are already using these platforms. We have the Sheng stores in Singapore that are already accepting Pundi Express cards that are being used to do more of shopping and the like. A lot is going on, more technology is coming on, but this is meant to help us bridge that gap, that humongous gap that you and me have always been waiting for. We always talk about this, that the community we're holding, the centerpiece that we have, is the cake is too big for us. We just have to join hands. We hit to the top. We move together and help others. So many fake tokens are coming up. Whatsoever they may be, let's help each other. Let's help our people to make sure they can differentiate between the good and the bad. Do remember, guys, where there is gold, there are also tears. That's a snarlog I always use with them. If they have that at stake, then they will be knowing that they need due diligence in whatsoever they have. Thank you so much, guys, for today. That's all I have for you for now. The time is limited, but I thank you for your time. We'll be having more as we continue. And I would like to thank Bit2Big for giving us a platform as Betchip Holdings. Please allow me to also throw this as a wind up. We are physically located in Congo, Uganda, Kenya, and we're trying to make sure in Tanzania as well. In Uganda, we also have our head offices at Wandegea. We're located in Wandegea Annex Building and SA. You can also follow us on Facebook at Betchip Holdings Limited. Follow through there. We have our communities listed. You can also jump in and have it to enjoy so much more. You can also get us through the BitBig platforms because we work hand in hand with them, basically, and to make sure you can get the share stand of all this. Pointed out also, for those that are in Uganda and you have others in the outskirts, please, this is not for anyone that went to school only. You also have a chance to tap into their technology. We are digging deep. Our strategy is we start from the low ends and then come to the higher enders. So do not be left out. That is all I had for you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bit2Big.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Lewis from Betship. So much content, short time. Yes, we have a whole lineup going on all sides. But before we move anywhere further, please, I see already hands are up, at least one I've seen. So please, just you're free to unmute yourself and ask questions during the session. You are definitely free to chat up the question, write the question either on YouTube or here on Zoom, and then we're happy to answer. So Mr. Olu, I think you have a question directly to Betship presentation. So please either unmute or ask directly and he will be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thanks to the presenter. I think it was a great presentation. It's really nice. I have heard of the Pundi X, and it's interesting to know it's now in Uganda. What I'd like, maybe you could shed more light on, because some of us came in a little bit late, apologies for that, is you talked about the card, which can double up as your crypto, I guess, prepaid debit card, but also as a cold wallet. Now, if I have my crypto on it already, each time I swipe, that's me paying for something. But how do I also swipe when I want to load onto it? How do I load crypto onto it? And can one card hold one specific crypto type, or can it hold multiple? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Olu. That's a great question. And of course, a question taken in is a question for all. Yeah, now, amazingly, this Express card, the way you swipe to liquidate is the same way you swipe to put on tokens on the card. So it's the same way. All you have to do is you swipe the card onto the Express machine. That is you're acquiring the tokens, the buying. And it's the same concept, even when you're selling. It's just a matter of swiping the card. Now, amazingly, this card is also embedded. It is embedded with some unique technology that helps it connect a wallet that you can just download from the App Store, from iOS. You can download the app, connect it with your card to help you, just in case you may not have the card at the stand. You can also use the QR code from the card using the X wallet. So this card comes handy, and all you have to do is, once you acquire the card, you can just pair it up with the X wallet that you have on your mobile phone. Now, the other question was, you're looking at how many tokens, is it multiple? Yes, the card holds multiple tokens. The card holds multiple tokens. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're looking at only their token as a major, that is the Pundi X. Why? Because if it were the sense of that, then it wouldn't carry more of sense. But then we are looking at a wider spread, and the wider spread will call on more of the tokens that are already on the common market. I'm talking of Bitcoin, I'm talking of Ethereum, I'm talking of Pundi itself, I'm talking of BNB, the Binance Coin that is also making rounds. Yeah, so it has multiple tokens that can be held onto that token, onto that card as a storage device called wallet. Thank you so much. Any other question? Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much again, Mr. Lewis from Betship, one of our partners, and very proud to be actually one of ours, because they've done awesome work on the ground and on educational side, but also on the side of really pushing, understanding, training outside there, etc. Someone asked for the website. If there's a link to the website,
Yes.
will be just sent in a second in the chat here. So these are the guys. For sure, follow up with them, get to know what they do, because I think they're doing great educational work. As I said yesterday, introducing him, actually, I told you, if you want to know someone who bought BNB at cost $40, that is him. So he started when we were still waiting for it to come to $300, and has at least seen some of great development. So without further delay, I want to introduce our next speaker, already here in the chat and in the group. Happy to have him on. Hard to get man. We've tried actually to meet to discuss and talk, but too busy. When it's the one end, I'm the other end, and so on it went. So I'm very happy to introduce Mr. Olu from Logix, a IT solution company in the cyberspace especially. He will talk more about what they do, because I'm always, they keep advancing, so I always have to also get the latest updates. And he's been jumping into the crypto, as he has seen it as a technology that really needs attention. So I'm very happy to have him on. As the screen is still coming on, please, you are free to come on YouTube, Facebook, with the links that we have shared, also here on Zoom, and ask questions while the presenter is presenting. Feel free to write in the chat, and or raise hand at best at the end, and then he'll be happy to answer question for question. If he doesn't see it, we'll make sure we bring it up. So please ask questions. These sessions we're doing for 5 full days. Uganda, we have people on from Switzerland, from Nigeria, from Rwanda, from Kenya, from different countries. We are happy to basically have them on board, at the same time plug into their brain, into their experience, into their knowledge that they share with us. Things that I don't know, I'm also learning. In this space, we always learn. I actually always say that in the blockchain space I'm in, and blockchain, cryptocurrency, fourth industrial transformation technology, but especially blockchain, cryptocurrency, my day has only 3 hours, only 3 hours. Every 3 hours, basically a new day begins. That's a speed. Knowledge is basically spread. You hear about a token that has been launched. You hear about breaches that you better learn about. You hear about amazing projects that are going on. We have a lot in the DeFi space, which I have to share since we had yesterday a serious question on it. You hear a lot in the new developments, if it's shedding, blockchain, speed, blockchain, bridges. I mean, there's so much happening, and I really wish that you are able to capture, learn. Trading is another area I've not mentioned, but trading is another area I want you to grasp the best. So the program is today's goals, and that's my last few words before Mr. Olu comes on. We have now Mr. Olu on. Then we're gonna have 2 amazing ladies, one from London, another one from Ethiopia, sharing about another amazing projects going on in this space. Then we have Mr. Emmanuel from Nita U, one of our partners, has always been supporting us as an organization, and that's where we are also hosted this whole week. We have him talking about the policy side of it, and also then digging into a bit the crypto space, which is awesome to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, as it said. Sadly, we have actually shared also invitation to some organization. One of them is the Financial Intelligence Authority. We really wanted them to come on board, share with us what's going on with the virtual asset requirements and policies that companies have to undergo here in Uganda. We hope our invitation, though it was maybe short notice, can be honored more, so that we have more content from those actually that have the background on board. We've been working with Financial Intelligence Authority. We've actually licensed here in Uganda, which is awesome. But we want to hear from them more as the community is asking more questions. So for me now, let me go off. Let me hand over to Mr. Olu from Logix Technical Solutions, which make IT work for you. For me, sometimes it doesn't. My laptop was off. I couldn't do anything, but thank God I have some helping hands. Thank you for those. I have forgotten to mention them, but I have definitely some people in the background making also this thing possible. I will mention them at the right time. Please ask questions. Please write down notes, because today we have a quiz time for what is going on, and we have awesome presents, over $400 value right now in the basket. We have the X wallet, which is just download, but we have the Bit2Bit asset card, which is also with BetShape. We have the Pundi X token. We have, what else? We have the Salo token. That's the best, huh? That one, Salo, I keep voting for this company, for this organization, for this foundation. They have so many names because they're doing many things. So write down your questions. We're gonna have a quiz. If you're the lucky winner, we're gonna give out awesome gifts, awesome presents that you can actually use immediately. So thank you. For those who are still joining or have joined, thank you for joining. Let's jump over to our next session, and then we push forward from there. Thank you so much. Mr. Olu, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Michael. Hello to everyone. I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
I have been having a bit of computer issues here, but you know how our internet connection is. I don't think I need to say too much more about that. But yeah, so if you can see my screen, that's great. Let's move on. Today's presentation will be about security, which just let me go back a little bit. Like Michael says, we're all here to learn. I myself, I'm no specialist or any expert or any sort like that. We're all here to learn, so please bear with me. And I work with Logix Technical Solutions. We're an ICT integration solutions company. Just let me get on with this. Right, so the key point is the importance of security in the cryptocurrency investments. Because by and large, what we're all doing in the crypto space is nothing short of investment. We put in our fiat cash in whatever crypto it is you're buying or you're interested in, or what token or coin you're interested in, with the goal of having return on your investment. Just to double check, Michael, can you still hear me? Am I there? Hello?
We are getting.
Okay. Sorry, you know, it gets a bit dodgy. I need to make sure I'm still on. And going on about Logix, like I said, we're a technology solutions company. We've been in Uganda since 2004. We have our fingers in the various of hardware and some software systems integration. We do security systems, we do access control. We basically provide technological solutions for businesses to be able to do your key function. Now, before we move much further, just to have a quick intro or re-intro into understanding what cryptocurrency is. As you can see, what gives our cryptos value? What gives money value? Because the same paper money we carry around is just a piece of paper, but yet it's recognized, it's tradable, and it has value. The reason for that is the same thing we're trying to apply into the crypto space, which is, if you see this image there, I'm not sure if you guys are on computers or on your phone, but just quickly shows us the evolution of money and value. It started out from God knows what, just cowrie shells, to products like animals. People traded with that. And then we moved on to trading with gold. And then it moved further on to like coins, and then more value, cash, and we're at credit cards. And now we are in crypto, which is represented by what you see in between there. It's all a concept of understanding value and appreciating value. And like the previous presenter said, wherever there is value, you must safeguard that value. As we stand today, of course, the market cap has changed. You all know what's going on in the last few days of crash we're experiencing. But nonetheless, I still believe this is the way to go. I believe most of you do. That's why you're also here in this online discussion we're having. But this slide helps you to understand and summarize what crypto is in itself. Now, not to scare you, I'm not sure what your portfolios are. Some of us are just starting out, and some of us have massive portfolios, different sizes, but it doesn't matter the size of your portfolio. What is very important and key to take note of is you must have some level of security consciousness. You need to keep it safe. There's been numerous global hacks, which can happen either on the exchange itself. There have been, again, just to reaffirm, the last presenter who was talking about the POS smart machine, which I believe it's amazing, I love it, made a statement which is very important. Don't show off your wallet. Don't run around bragging about what you have and what you don't have. It just opens your exposure. Your 5 cent Bitcoin will disappear. Your 50 million Bitcoin will disappear. You make yourself a target. I mean, of course, yes, we are here discussing stuff. It means we all have investments in it or we're interested in it, but doesn't mean you go around showing off your portfolio. It's a recipe for disaster. If you can see what's on my screen now, I'm just sharing with you the very basic research I've done. I mean, people have lost millions of dollars. Exchanges, which have better security than any one of us individually might think of, have been victims. So clearly, this is to reemphasize that we need to spend time to do more research and learn how best can we keep our assets safe, our investments safe. It comes from your understanding, spending time to research to get better understanding of hot wallet, cold wallets, understanding should I keep my investments on my coin on exchange or should I have it on my cell phone, on my laptop, the secret phase, the passwords, the multi-authentication. There is no such thing as too much security. But all in all, common sense always plays a role. Now, one thing else which we need to be very aware of is, apart from the hacks, there are a number of scams, which sadly, many people are prone to. Like I said before, wherever there is money to be made, there will also be other people who want to make it in a dishonest manner, which puts us all makes all of us vulnerable. One of the most common one is the phishing scam. And about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I mean, I've listed some website scams which are there. But if you guys recall, during the recent SNL that Elon Musk had, there was a massive scam that actually took advantage of that process, talking about fake Dogecoin giveaway. And usually you'd see one of these QR codes telling you, please scan this, send 10 Dogecoin or whatever you send, we will double it. Now, it sounds too good to be true, and it sounds maybe even stupid to some people, but sadly, a lot of people fell for this scam. And it was even taken further. In my next slide, you'll see how far these people go. There's an example. They went as far, as you can see on the left-hand side here, to create a fake BBC website look and feel, and then posted this fake message in there talking about $750 million giveaway. So some people thought this was real, and they fell for it, unfortunately. And as you can see in between here, the headline reads, "Man loses $560,000 in the scam," meaning someone actually, well, a group of people, many people did, but this individual responded to this. And his wallet wasn't hacked. He willingly sent his cryptos to a given or specified address because he wanted to double it. That's the end return. It might sound stupid, but there are so many ways this is being done. You get emails telling you XYZ, emails advising you on XYZ. You need to be very mindful. Find your trust circle. For example, what Michael has created, we have a group, which I think is very great. If you have doubts, ask people you know within that group. But at the end of the day, we all can fall for this or fall for one scam or the other. So you must constantly try to update yourself, do your research, and play it safe. The key word in my understanding is, if it's too good to be true, it probably isn't. Just to recap, again, some common risks which are out there. You can have the phishing email, which is one we've talked about. You can have even platforms, exchanges hacked. Another key one is compromised registration. There's also been cases, which is more common in the what am I looking for? In the Android platform, where you have fake wallets. Sadly, they exist. I mean, I'm sure it's probably happened in iOS as well, but based on my conversations and checks online and stuff, whatnot, it seems to be more common or more possible on the, I mean, I'm not giving slack to the Android platform, but yes, there are a lot of fake wallets out there. You think you've downloaded a wallet and you move your assets onto it, and bang, you're done for. Then malware. Malware is another big one. Please, if you're doing these things on your computer, get an antivirus, get a malware scanner. Make sure you don't have malware embedded on your computer, monitoring what you're doing, and which can actually mess up your entire investments and you steal all your stuff, which would be very heartbreaking. This slide just shows you some other options. These are not very common, but similar to what the previous presenter talked about, is having an offline wallet. What the offline wallet literally is, it takes you off the internet and keeps your crypto offline. That's literally what it is. But of course, you need to be able to get online should you want to transact or do whatnot. So these are some examples of the latest devices, which enables you to go offline and online when you do need to transact and move things around. There are so many other ways. Please find time, do your own study, your own research. Information is out there, and information is key to everything. And just before I head off, I'll leave you with some tips to secure your investments. And this is just 10 probably very common sense process. Well, I guess we could call them the 10 crypto commandments, stealing from Moses's 10 commandments. As you can see, the first one says secure your wallet, whether it's a software or hardware. If it's a software wallet, make sure you have proper password, you have whatnot. If it's a hardware, where are you keeping it? Because if you lose it, that's it. Number two, secure your devices. Are you doing it on the computer? Again, are you doing it on the phone? Password, fingerprint, biometric. Make sure it is protected. Number three, back up your crypto data. You don't want a situation where your phone is stolen, your laptop is stolen, and you have no backup to resort to. The backup phrase, you need to be able to restore your information, so be mindful of that. Number four, this is a very good one. If you can, dedicate one device to manage your crypto presence online. Now, another way of doing this is, of course, I don't think everybody will have one laptop just for that or one phone just for that, but a good habit is when you're online, logging onto your exchanges, if possible, use a specific browser for that. Not the same browser you use to check your Facebook or use to check God knows what else is out there. You can be compromised. 5, don't keep all your wallets, all your fund in one wallet. Yes, diversify, just like you have multiple crypto options, tokens, and coins. It's not a bad idea to have 1, 2, 3 wallets. That's up to you. Just, hey, don't put all your egg in one basket. That's basically what that's saying. And number 6, which I definitely want to share with our, especially those of our brothers here in Uganda, internet is, not yet a global luxury for us. So sometimes we get very carried away jumping onto public Wi-Fi's. You're at a friend's house. Oh, can I get your Wi-Fi? And you get on and you're checking your cryptos. Please be mindful of this. This is very dangerous. You're in a restaurant, you're getting onto a public Wi-Fi. If you have no choice and you have to do this, because I'm not going to pretend like it never happens, at least try and use a VPN. Number 7, treat your crypto wallet like your real wallet. The same way you won't pull your wallet outside and leave it on the table or walk away without it being well guarded and protected is the same way you should manage your crypto wallet. Don't disrespect it. Well, maybe some, like my wallet is usually empty, so I guess, yeah. Anyway, number 8, enable strong authentication. This goes back to your password. Do not use dumb passwords, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't use your boyfriend's name, your girlfriend's name, your kid's name, the name of your dog, Kampala. You've got to make sure your password is strong. And please don't make it so strong that you can't remember it. Find a way to make sure you don't lose your password as well. Otherwise, you're screwed. Number 9, use common sense. This goes back to what, again, the previous presenter said. I think Michael has also touched on this. Do not advertise your portfolio. You advertise it, it's, well, you know what advertising is. You draw attention to it, and you don't determine what kind of attention you draw to it. And number 10, stay safe online. Make sure your devices are protected. Get the best protection you can manage. With that, that's my short presentation. It's a no-brainer. I'm sure most of you are well versed with most of what I've gone through, but that's what I have to share with everyone today. Michael, over to you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Ulu, for the presentation. Awesome tips, awesome content. This is the things we need more and more. Too much is happening in the space. Too many enter and they forget to put on the seat belts. And the seat belt is something we need in the space, that's security. So, but please, questions. One question was already sent by Eddie to Mr. Olu presentation. How can I access this crypto hardware around in Uganda? Do you have to order it online? Maybe Mr. Olu, you have an answer to that.
Yes.
And any other questions or
Well,
etc. Raise your hand virtually. It's possible here, right in the chat, or unmute yourself and ask.
Well, just about the hardware wallets, there are a number of ways you can do it. You can order online, and the good news is, yes, they're actually, I forgot the name of it, is it Ledger? Yes, they actually deliver to Uganda. You can bring it in with DHL. It's not cheap, I'll be honest with you. It's anywhere between 500,000 to 800,000 shillings. It's a bit costly. And also you should know how to use it, because you don't want a situation where you lock yourself out or you do the wrong transfer of your address or things like that. But yes, to answer your questions, you can buy online. A number of them will deliver to Uganda. Another thing is, as of today, the Pundi X conversation, that as well, you heard about the card. That in itself is another form of cold wallet, which I find very interesting. I actually wasn't aware of that until today, so I'm really glad I've attended this. I learned that one fact. So yes, you're able to order online and get these things delivered to you. But be mindful, hardware wallets is great, but its biggest downfall in my view is if you lose it. Because you've got, I mean, you can't walk around with your cold storage device. You're keeping it somewhere. So if you lose it, or you lose the password to get onto it, so you have another problem there. It's a great tool, but with its own issues. Any other question? Michael?
Maybe I have a question, Olu, because you shared this really extensive list and basically about the importance of the security. So what are like the top 3 that you would say, like, you know what, before you start really going into this, at least do these 2-3 things? Is there something that you can, because there are 10 of them and I need to learn on the 10 is safe, stay safe online, antivirus. Some of them I think I need to pay malware and I need to learn what is this. But is there maybe 2-3 things that you say, like, you know what, if you keep at least these 3 things, you have done a good beginning?
Okay, that's good. I mean, yes, you're right. Even the 10 commandments of Moses, you need to look at the 3 you can move along with. Mine is don't kill. I don't plan to kill anyone, so I can walk around and say at least I got that one locked down. So in this 10 list that I shared, I think the first question is, your crypto, are you holding it on the exchange? I mean, the bottom line is you have to either do it on your computer or your phone. So the first one that I would think you should go with is number 10, which is to stay safe online. Get an antivirus on your laptop. Get a malware scanner on your laptop, because the laptop, you use it for more than just your crypto investment management, portfolio management, or whatever else it is. The fact that you use it for your email, the fact that you use it for, I'm doing a presentation now, guys come with a flash drive, you use it for so many things. So one of the tenets is, number one out of those three, since we're cutting down to three, is make sure your device is protected with an antivirus, with a malware protection. You have some sort of security on your device. That's number one. I think that number two would also be very, very important in my view, is whatever passwords you're using. If you're using an online exchange or you're using your phone software wallet, make sure your password is not something super basic. If you can integrate with your biometric, that's also very important to me, in my view. And I guess the third one, hard to choose from. So wait, and number three would be definitely back up your crypto data. You don't want a situation where your computer crashes, your phone gets stolen, and you're unable to retrieve what you have. That would be a disaster. Michael, those are my three summaries, if you still hear me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Olu. So I see also Eddie saying awesome, question answered. So security must be in our DNA. There is no way you're gonna go far in crypto space without really having actually understanding a little bit of security. I'm very proud of our community. On the WhatsApp, we have them also on the Telegram. People start sharing. Some people just join because they find the joining link either on our website, bit2big.com or elsewhere. They join and say, hey guys, here's a new offer, binary, what, HTTP, come there. And the members have at least learned so far and know how a smelling rat looks like. So they don't jump into any scam and phishing drama that we have out there. But at the same time, like, I'm so happy Mr. Olu sharing with us here, we have to keep educating ourselves. There is no way you can sit back and say like you got it all and now you don't need this, you don't need that. Crypto, in this space especially, it's a continuous learning. The day you say you got it all is the day when you fall. In every area, if you're in trading, same thing. And so I've posted also in the group, I really liked the point shared. Not each of them is a simple do. Some of them come as a practice. I think the password that he shared, also don't use your girlfriend or public known information. That's a big one, which is very good. And also the other points. So please keep educate yourself about security. There's so much losses every single day in this, because someone can sit in China or Russia or Kenya or where and access your wallet in Uganda or in Kenya or Nigeria, wherever you're sitting. So understanding security helps a lot to take care of that. So our next presenter is already on. I'm so excited. Loaded with a lot of content, topic, I'll just put on the slide just a second. But I'm so glad to have her here today with us. Let me just swipe the screen over to our presentation. So she is gonna share about, I mean, I don't even want to summarize it, It's redefining sustainable development through blockchain and digital currency. There's a lot into this. This is Nkume Chipsa, from founder and CEO of Afro Valley. I used to look for a name for Uganda. I was like, it's gonna be Crypto Valley. No, that's for Switzerland. Nile Valley, what? I didn't think about Afro Valley. So she grabbed it and did it awesome. So I'm so happy having her on. She has a lot of things to share. I think it's not often that we can say something is shared and we have very much advantage in the country we are in also. In this case, I must say she is sharing what benefits many of us. Let me introduce her. Those, we still have few minutes for those who want to grab a coffee, a tea, or any snack that keeps you up and busy with us, or you just want to get your other notebook ready because our topics are just loading up and charging up. So just grab whatever you need to grab, a chapati in Uganda, a Renzori water, or espresso in Italy or Switzerland. Just in 7 minutes, we're gonna start. But while you're doing so, I will still share more. So,
Michael, if I may just steal 1 minute from you.
Comment, sorry. Yes.
If I may steal 1 minute from you, I have a friend of mine who's joined us from Poland, and I just wanted to acknowledge him there and kindly ask in regards to those 10 advices, because he's quite conversant with hardware ledger. What would he consider as his number one security must do in regards to crypto investment? Maciek, do you have, I guess we can give you 4 to 5 seconds to answer that question. What would you think is the most important thing to bear in mind in regards to securing your crypto assets?
Okay, hi all. Thanks, Olu, for giving me a few
You're
seconds.
welcome.
I'm Maciej from Poland. Yeah, I also learning in the crypto space. I just wanted to give my few cents on the Ledger device, as I already use it for some time. And the most, for me, that's Olu asked, the most important thing is Ledger allows you to have recovery phases, which are your like final backup, which you write down, don't share anywhere, don't show it also to like on no one, keep it for yourself and have it in secure places, because in case you lose your hardware wallet, in the worst case, you can order a new one and use those phases to recover all your crypto assets. So it could cost you a new wallet, but then it could save you all your investment and all your savings which you put in crypto before. So nothing is lost when you lose Ledger, but just make sure that the recovery phase is safe, secure, and only into your disposal.
Okay, thanks, Maciek. So I guess if you lose a ledger and you have your recovery phase, you're okay. But if you lose both, then I guess you're burnt. Okay, thanks a lot for that. Michael, back to you.
Oh, that was a good one. Thank you so much. Very, very important, by the way. Yes, someone saying even here they didn't know. That's a very good one. Thank you from Poland, a country I've liked so much, traveled in sometimes, Warsaw and other areas. Lodz, welcome here. From a country, I don't know, I've liked Poland. Don't ask me why, but I like that country. So thank you very much. So I see we still are a bit in security. Forgive me, let me a bit reverse back because I really wished actually now that we have also Maciek, I think here on the call, Olu, let's not jump into the next one so fast. Sorry, Kume, just give us the minutes here since we have a short break anyway. But let's talk a little bit about security. Let's not jump too fast here because it actually affects all of us. Maciek just shared about this thing about passphrase. Those 12 words.
Yes. Now
so how do you get them? Because some people actually don't know at which stage do you get them, and do you write them on a paper and then hide them somewhere? Do you share each one with good friends, so in case they get lost, the good friend gives them back to you? Just highlight us a little bit because it's one factor that is very important.
Okay, that's a good one, Michael, and you're right. I mean, see, without security, there's no peace, and and I mean financial peace and peace of mind. So, to emphasize what the passphrase is, it's something which. So, am I still there? Yeah. To emphasize what that is, you see, it happens like Maciek said on the ledger, but also if you use software wallets. Some of the wallets also require you to have this passphrase, which there are strings of words that will make literally no sense. This has nothing to do with your password for logging on. It's a recovery phrase, which could be dog eats monkey, mosquito fly, bread. It has a specific arrangement. It can be anything. It can be aliens, horn, pig, horse, shoe, floor. It's a sequence of words. Now, those words, exactly in the way they've been put, the arrangement, you need to secure that and put it somewhere. Should your phone disappear, your software wallet disappear, or like Maciek said, your hardware device is stolen, or God forbid, your house burnt down and that stuff is burnt in it. As long as you get a new hardware ledger or you reinstall the software wallet, when you go, as if you're setting up a new account, you set up the whole stuff and it gives you an option to recover. When you say you want to recover, you put in that recovery phrase. It will get your crypto back. And the only reason why this is possible, again, this is something maybe I've not shared before, or we've not emphasized, the whole crypto space, your wallet doesn't actually hold your real, it doesn't hold your Bitcoin or your Ethereum on your phone. It is just a map to the blockchain. So when you put in the correct recovery phrase, it relinks your wallet to that blockchain point where your crypto resides. So you never really lose your crypto, you just lose access to it. And once you lose access to it, you can never get it back. If you lose your password, your recovery phrase, or that's really what happens. But the your actual digital assets will exist on the blockchain, should I say somewhere in space. But your phrase, your password, your connection to it, if you lose that, then you lose ownership of that digital asset. That's more or less what it is. So that phrase is a key strings of words. You can do whatever you want to it. You can print it on a piece of paper and keep it in a safe. Like Michael says, you can tell each one of your family members to remember one of the words, but you still run into a situation where you also need to remember the sequence. If, for example, the recovery phrase is monkey, dog, book, when you're doing that recovery, you can't put it as dog, monkey, book. It's got to be exactly the same way, monkey, dog, book. So personally, what I do is I have it printed out, hard copy, and it's hidden somewhere, maybe in my compound. I dig up a hole, you put it in a plastic bag or a basket, you bury it and hope it never rots. No, I'm joking. That's not what I've done. But it's up to each individual how you keep your recovery phrase. But because you will need it, and when you need it, it's a lifesaver.
Awesome, awesome. So you write those 12 words down or more, and then you have to write them back in the same order. So I can just change to a new phone, a new computer, and then I can type them in, right?
Correct.
Okay. Members, anyone
stolen,
here?
the computer is stolen, there's an antivirus. Can you imagine a situation where your computer crashes and you have to reinstall from scratch? You lose all the data on it. So that's where this kind of recovery phrase comes in. And you're advised not to save it on the same machine. You don't save it as a PDF file, you keep it on the computer, because when you format that machine, you lose everything. It's got to be somewhere independent of the recovery device.
Okay, awesome, awesome. Any other questions or comments from the call here? We are on. Any? All clear? I've not
Thank
checked
you,
the
Michael.
YouTube side. Very welcome. Thank you too.
However, I have some two questions I would have to ask.
Okay.
Actually, the second question. Mr. Olu, I heard you talk of the public Wi-Fi getting safe through a public Wi-Fi, and you talked of VPN. Could you elaborate deeper onto that? Can you just use any other VPN or?
Yeah, I think because of the situation when I say we here in Kampala faced, a lot of people now think VPN is actually made so you can get online to Facebook and WhatsApp, but that's not its real purpose. What VPN is designed for is to provide you VPN, virtual private network. It's to try and encrypt your network connectivity. So it visualize the network like a road. And what a VPN does is it creates a special tunnel for you, like a special lane within that road, where only you and your traffic moves on, which means all other cars are not able to see who's driving on that lane, what's going through that lane. So VPN provides you with some sort of security disguise, or not encrypted. It encrypts your data, so it's not being transmitted publicly. So why I use the word that if you're on a public network, and by public, I mean if you're on a network you do not trust, because you can come over to my house and say, oh, this is Olu's network. To you, it is a public network because you have no idea what's sitting on my router. You have no idea what else is back there. But if you do trust me, okay. But if you're in a public network, in a restaurant, on a bus, at the airports, wherever you're finding free hotspot access, if for some reason, I personally will try not to log into my crypto investments in such an environment. But if for some reason I get a message from Michael saying, Olu, it's going crazy, there's a crash, I don't know what, sell out, or buy the dip, something like that, I need to get on because I can't avoid it. Then the way I will do it is to ensure that I enable my VPN device. I activate the VPN on my device before I do that. Now, there are many different VPN softwares. It's up to you which one you prefer. There's Kaspersky, there are free ones, there are ones you pay for. Then I can't get into that. That's a whole different story. Maybe Michael or someone else can shed light on it. If you have your preferred VPN, use that in any public space.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone have a preferred VPN to use? Maciek, do you use any VPN on your system, or you what? I don't know.
Well, I have secure Wi-Fi routers at home, so I didn't find a need yet to use a VPN here.
I like that. It trades from home. That's your safest place. You see, exactly. Guys, you need to remember this. The same thing you won't do with running around town counting your money. It's almost like using a public VPN. Sorry, a public Wi-Fi. If you want, I wonder how many of you will walk down Kampala Road and take out 20 million shillings, all in 10,000 shilling notes, and you're counting it. That's you checking your crypto portfolio, your assets. You won't do that in public. That's like doing that in a public Wi-Fi. Do it from your safe space. Michael, over to you.
About me?
Yeah, over to you, Michael.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Hello, I said over to you. I've answered the question. I don't think there's anything else.
I was understanding VPN, right?
Is it my connection or Ed? Are you there? Everybody else hears me, or?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so it looks like Mike was having a problem with his connection. Mike, I was just saying that we've answered the question. We've done this discussion. Anything else to add?
I have nothing here to add.
Okay, we're just talking about the importance of VPN. I hope, Eddie, your question was answered.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, someone just told me about VPN. Hey, VPN eats your battery. They use more battery consumption. I have not really verified that. I mean, you have an app running in the background, but I don't really think if you, for example, use the VPN background setup, which iPhone has, and I think even Android has, if it really has impact on the battery. I don't know, Olu, if you have heard about it.
I don't think VPN takes up your battery, but of course, again, it depends what VPN are you using, because you need to realize it depends on how the app, the software is developed. It can be power intensive if it's not designed by a reputable, top-notch firm. But one thing I do know VPN does is it will use up more data. And that's because it has to encrypt all your transmitted data. So that uses up more bundle or bandwidth for us here. I don't think there's a problem for people like Magic who have amazing connections in their home. But for us who have to load bundles and bandwidth and whatever else, yes, when you're using a VPN, you will consume more internet data.
Good to hear the audio from experts here. So myself, actually, I think I'm most of the time on VPN for different reasons, and that has definitely helped. Can you mention briefly, and then we stop here completely on cyber, but can you mention briefly on phishing mails? Because that's, I think, something we all face. You show us briefly that string of basically Elon Musk giving away Dogecoin. Can you, how do they get it? I mean, can't you see that it's fake from the beginning?
Okay, the phishing mail issue, there's actually another friend of mine who I asked to log on today. He did for a brief minute, but then he had to go for a meeting. I was actually going to ask him to recount his experience, which happened just 2 weeks ago. Now, phishing mail is literally you get an email from God knows where, and the point of that email is to try to get you to divulge or give up information in regards to how access can be gotten into your crypto wallet. And this happens in numerous ways. You get an email, promises you X, Y, Z, please log on here and re-enter your password, or re-enter this, re-enter that. They give you a fake website to go into. It creates a Trojan horse or a malware. So yeah, it's an email that, like it sounds, it's gone phishing. Now you, unfortunately, are the fish. And if you take the bait, then your assets or whatever they're looking at is taken away from you. Now, the one with the Elon Musk 2 weeks ago was, well, it happened in different ways, but it was on YouTube, it was on Twitter, it was on every platform, actually, where they create this fake web page or site and say, please send your crypto to this address. Whatever you send will be doubled within an hour. And sadly, a lot of people fell for that. And sadly, a lot of people lost thousands of dollars. That's more or less what it is. I don't know if you guys, is that explanation clear enough, or you need some clarity there?
From my side, clear. Since we have others also on the call, I hope it's also clear for everyone. I think we have gotten that. So to proceed from this side away from cyber, awesome, I think we jump back now to the crypto, which is deeper into it at least. So thank you, Mr. Olu, again. Thank you for everyone on this session. We now want to welcome, I hope she did not go too far. Am I audible for everyone? Am I audible?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. So We want to bring our next speaker on.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Thank you. We want to bring our next speaker on. Madame. Madame Kume, it's already earlier mentioned. I'm hearing some echoes. I'm not sure why and where.
Do you have two devices on? It could be one of your devices giving a feedback.
Okay, not here anymore. I'm not sure where it was from, but finally solved. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Madame Kume. Madame Kume is, I see my screen is not shared. Let me share. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Madame Kume. Madame Kume is, I see my screen is not shared. Anyway, Madame Kume is the CEO and founder of Afro Valley. She's an innovator and pragmatic distributor with a strong passion for technology and its capacity to transform society and economy and build a better world. Founded blockchain-based organization 2018 to use it as a platform to disrupt interconnected sectors such as agriculture, energy, transport, finance, telecommunication, and social welfare system in Africa, with the first market adopter Oromia, region of Ethiopia, and its massive resource that yet to be tapped. Kume is also founder of East Africa Blockchain Event, which the first event featured in 2021 this year, dedicated to the business of blockchain and crypto economy, connecting policymakers, tech, to the business of blockchain crypto economy, connecting policymakers, tech innovators, researchers, and the youth to understand the challenges and opportunities of our blockchain future. I like that. It's not just the blockchain future, but our blockchain future. I think she chose that word very well here also, and I have to point to it separately. So I think she is on already. Kume, please share your screen once you can. She's joining any minute and will share her screen. As she's still joining, let me remind you on a few things. Number one, we have our draw today, a list that you can join. I'm still waiting for our Sailor friend for the quiz questions. I will remind him. I've had good news from Bedship, from Mr. Lewis, that they not only are here sharing with us their knowledge, etc., but they're actually giving away also tokens. So you have different things to win here. We have the Bit2Big asset card, which is the cold wallet we're talking about today, powered by PundiX. You're gonna have a chance to top up at Bedship. Number one, try Bedship. He's on the group Ask Question Where. He will share also. So that's number one. You can also then come to Posta Counter 25. It's opposite Javas on Kampala Road. So post office, counter 25. You have the chance to win 10x Pass Wallet. That is the Bit2Big asset card. And get them loaded up with BetShift. Not only that, you're also winning, you can win Celo tokens worth $200. The Bit2Big asset cards are worth 500,000 Ugandan shilling, which in dollars, with our current week exchange rates, we're talking about $140, $150. Then also, by installing the Velora wallet on your phone, which you're also gonna share more, you are able also here to come on and win some tokens. I think that's what I can share for now. Right now, let me have Kume joining us.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Michael, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. So, your voice a bit low. I don't know why.
Yeah. We have a power outage issue in Ethiopia. So, you know how it is in Africa. Our glorious Africa.
That is no problem. We are flexible here. Important we have you on.
Connection is really bad.
You're not audible, sorry. You're not very audible.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, now we hear you. Yes.
Okay, very good. I think it comes in very delayed, so I'm going to try to do my best. Very good.
Kume, you're able to share your screen? Okay, I'm seeing, I think, why don't we have you on later when you have hopefully got the infrastructure challenge there. We fight here with low latency or high one. We fight here with other technical challenges unheard in Europe or other countries, but we are managing. So power shortage, etc.
Yeah, I can't share my screen. So I'm thinking. Yeah, I can share my screen. So I'm thinking. Correct.
Okay, so we have you on later. Let me see if our next speaker can actually come on earlier. Let's do a 15-minute break right now. Normally would have been actually a longer break, but looking at our time going, let me try to sync time a bit here. Our actually break, according to our calendar, would have started in 10 minutes. So I think, why don't we take a break? Why don't we take a break here and we all resume together in exactly 1 hour time from now. So in Uganda, that will be at 1 p.m. 1 p.m., allowing us to give you number one, a break, because that was coming on anyway, according to our plans here. Number two, allow our presenter to switch on a later session. And number three, to get our notebooks out. And the good side also of it, one of our speaker has not been able to travel in. So either they're still traveling, so that means we actually have the later slot open. So I'm sorry for the shift for Madame Down Grant from one of the big topics also we're having today. So let's have it together all in 1 hour's time. So please come back again, 1 hour's time. The link, the Zoom link, etc. is gonna stay open, but in 1 hour's time is when we are resuming. I hope I'm clear to everyone. In 1 hour's time, we are back here. 1 hour's time, we are back here. Same space. The light is staying on. I'm just gonna blend in the flyer, and then we're back together here 1 hour from now. Thank you. See you all later. Hello, everyone. We're about to start back to our session. Hello, everyone. We are about to resume. Few small changes have been done. Madame Down will take it first. As far we can get her on shortly, while Madame Kume will do once infrastructure is set to do so. So just give it the next few minutes. Yes, we have to shuffle around here a bit, but I'm sure we shall put it all well together. Let's try this again with audio.
Oh my God. Hugo, what happens to you? Why are you crying? There is this guy I met. He said I didn't do Bitcoin. I should invest my money. I invest out of my house rent. This guy duped me and ran away with my money. My landlord is disturbing you. I don't know where.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Have you not heard of Big2Big? They are trustable and reliable. When you invest with them, your money is 100% safe with them.
Yeah, they're into cybersecurity, cryptocurrency exchange and trading, finance and risk. Their website is www.big2big.com and they're located at Uganda, Rwanda, and Nigeria.
Invest your money with them and you never regret it. You come back and thank him later.
Thank you.
Madam, since I don't already help you, these people don't tell you. I want to say yesterday while they clean up.
Thank you.
Madam, since I don't already help you.
Welcome everyone back. I hope you have had some good inputs here so far. Welcome everyone back. I hope you have had some good inputs here so far. Many new messages. Wow. Okay. So, are you back? Are we together? Lunch break is over. Now to make sure we take on the next speaker. Let me share the screen. See if they're ready. We're gonna make sure we stick with time a little bit as other speakers are in the pipeline. I'm seeing we are 8. Let's make sure we ram the drum to see that we get everyone on. I've not seen our speaker yet. She's about to join. We have to make sure we take the break to make sure that we get all speakers on. Okay. So welcome everyone from the break. I hope you had a good one, good refreshing one. We are now in gear 2, if not gear 3. We are in the morning gear 1. We had amazing lineup already. We had Bedshape sharing with us about the crypto space, especially locally. Why doing this? Why not doing that was one of the topics. He shared about the Pundi X POS. He shared about the solutions on the ground, cold wallet, etc. We also had Mr. Olu from Logix Technical Solutions, who shared about the importance about cybersecurity dealing with cryptocurrencies. Was quite an interesting session in the way that he shared really what to do to secure our wallets or our general, even when we trade, was generally enough, I think, that it applies for everyone. So that was really awesome. And now we are digging into some really great areas when it comes to what is happening in this space, what's happening in Africa, what's happening for Africans, what's happening for the Black community. And I'm so happy having the next speakers on, Madame Down, which I will share the screen. I hope I'm pronouncing the name properly. It's not an O, it's an A, and Madame Down. And she'll be sharing about very interesting space. Black can move the needle in the crypto space. This is awesome. Let me have her on the screen while she's joining here on Zoom to then share with us massive knowledge that she has from many years of her work. Let me put her on the screen and then she will take it up as she's joining us in a minute. Let me have this. So, Madame Down from London. Let me share. Then we go the next level. This is so exciting. There is it. I hope you can all see my screen. So Madame Down Grant, founder of blackeconomics.co.uk. I'm sure she will share an intro in that area also. Madame Down is the founder of Black Economics and its offshoots. Its offshoots, which includes ICO, is for us crypto people. You know, it's maybe not even ICO, but icobat.org and blackbaseapp.net. As a tech person in the economic space, she is clued up on what is going on with the crypto world and encourages the African diaspora, please hear us, the African diaspora, to be fully informed, keep up with new developments, and ensure they have digital assets, whether in coins or NFTs. That is the non-fungible token. These days, one of the most hot topic in the space. So just awesome to have her on. As she is still coming on, I want to say a few words on the diaspora which you might have more to say than even I. Diaspora, we're talking about Africans that have migrated or moved to Europe, America, outside of Africa, basically, or were taken during the dark times that Africa has passed, and for other reasons. So it's a huge number of people, which are actually one of the forces behind the remittance industry, the money sent back home. In the past, I think MoneyGram was one who you mentioned is number one. Western Union, I think, was another number one, which we'll be mentioning, and many others. Today, the game has changed. Today, the game has changed in the area of using cryptocurrencies, crypto tokens, digital assets, and so much. And I think Africa has a huge potential here to play. Looking at that, our infrastructure, cable is not all over the place, but we definitely have all over the place now. 4G, 5G is in the pipeline. So we have jumped certain stages, which gives us a huge boost in some areas, while others are fighting. Those owning the cable, hey, why are you jumping to 4G? We're still here. We don't have those challenges. We rather embrace it. But before I say more here, as I say, looking at time, I see she has joined us already. So I'll stop here and have her say and share so much. Madame Down, thank you so much for making time. Thank you so much for from your very busy schedule to come on board, sharing with the community here what you do. Please, you need to introduce yourself. I can't do it better. Tell us about Black economics. Tell us some background there, because I know you have so many years under the belt, basically, that I, in the short, cannot even embrace it all. So welcome here. You're free to share your screen, and happy to have you on board.
Hello. Good morning or good afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. I'm here in London, and it's really nice to be a part of this. Thank you for inviting me, Michael. And I'm here to share some knowledge about cryptocurrency and how I feel that Black people can move the needle. So welcome to everyone. I will introduce myself. Let me get this presentation started. Michael, I hope I have the facility to share my screen.
Yes, please. I'll make you also host to make sure you have all the rights.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yes, you should be able now.
All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, excuse the fanfare drumming there. I started off by saying what the topic is: Blacks in the crypto space. Can we move the needle? And I'm just putting a disclaimer here because I might mention people or Bitcoins or altcoins. And really, I don't want to think that I'm saying, go and buy this, go and take this and take a risk. This is a disclaimer to say that there's nothing that I'm offering here which says you must go and do it. So if you lose money, don't blame me. If you make money, yes, you can thank me. All right, so I have a company called Bear Group Limited, and Bear stands for Black Economic Aspirations, Achievements and Recognition. We are a company registered in the UK, and we have various entities which go under Bear Group Limited. We started off with blackeconomics.co.uk, which is a website founded in 2005. Then we created an app, in 2020. You can see the link there. It basically is a directory of Black-owned businesses. And we have an art website, Black Art, very much into visual arts. It's icabart.org. Bear.org is the overriding website for all the entities. We are about to start a men's forum, and we've had several meetings around that. And that is being led by Sheldon Thomas, who is the founder of Gangsline. And the basic premise is that we need to try and get men more involved in economic growth and also more involved in their children's lives. So that was the premise there in terms of starting the men's forum. This is the team of us who work together. Most of these are entrepreneurs themselves, and they are on the advisory board, and we discuss our next moves, basically. But there are others who are associates who work with us on various projects, and I might mention one or two later on. Right, the traction that we have, we are basically built on the main website, which is blackeconomics.co.uk. We get 3 million monthly hits. App users about 8,000. We have a number of email subscribers. You can see our Twitter followers over 7,000. And our Twitter impressions typically in a month is 120,000. So 120,000 pairs of eyes get to see what we're doing. We're also on Instagram. We're also on Instagram, and our most recent project, actually, which we did with a corporate company, was with a department store, John Lewis, where we connected with the agency that puts pop-up stores in the department stores across the country, and that proved to be very popular. We received over 600 phone calls in a week relating to that project. We received about 1,500 emails. Now you try responding to 1,500 emails in a week. It's practically impossible, but we maintain contact, and we still have contact with those people who connected with us. So our priority is basically, first of all, wellness. Health is so important, and we've known that during the pandemic, Black communities have suffered more in the West, probably not so much so in Africa, which has been fascinating to watch, how less people have suffered from the virus than have, say, in America or even in the UK. It's been really interesting to see that. We're also about educating, giving a knowledge base, connecting people, and our overriding aim is to grow a strong economic base, to raise economics of Black communities around the world, not just the UK, but around the world. So we do have projects that we are looking at how to make inroads in education, for instance, in Uganda and Kenya and the Ivory Coast. We're looking at taking products in from Uganda and Kenya. We're looking at helping set up manufacturing units in the Ivory Coast. So we are looking at doing things not just in the UK or in America, but also in Africa and the Caribbean too. So I'm talking about the cryptocurrency today. So let me just preface all of this by saying, I myself am not a cryptocurrency expert, but I have done a lot of research on it, and it has enabled me to help others who are looking to invest in cryptocurrency and also who are looking to start a cryptocurrency. Okay, so I'll just give you that background. And I believe that it's the duty of Black economics to actually be in the forefront of knowledge of this kind of thing, because if it's an area that can benefit our people, then we need to know all about it. We need to find out what we can, from the basics to the advanced. And I tell you, you know that the internet is full of knowledge. You go on YouTube, you can learn how to do anything, how to tie up your laces, how to bake a cake, how to invest in cryptocurrency, how to make money, how to lose money. So the knowledge base is there. You have the internet, you have Wikipedia, you have YouTube, and we have so many influencers around who are telling us what to do. Excuse me, I just need to cough a minute. So the points I'm going to cover are Bitcoin and altcoins, black crypto coins, black influences in the crypto market, NFTs for art, music, tickets, and videos, and can we move the needle? Okay, first of all, you know that recently there was a dip with Bitcoins. It went all up to over $60,000, and now it's back down to $40,000 odd. Now, of course, it has got some people worried that maybe the bubble has burst and maybe it's going to go crashing right back down to 1,000 or down to 0. I don't see that happening. There has been a burst before when crypto coin went up to 10,000, it went back down to 3,000, and people were worried, oh, Bitcoin is over. But if you study trading at all, you will know that there are always peaks and troughs. It goes up, comes down, has a dip, and then it goes up again, goes up higher, and that's how it goes. And unfortunately, the market is not like this, because if the market was like this all the time, we'd all be getting rich, wouldn't we? You know, if it was going up all the time. There are times when people buy and sell. If a lot more people are selling than buying, then the market dips. So I wouldn't fear about investing in crypto coins because you see Bitcoin has dropped. It is sad that there are certain people who are so powerful, like Elon Musk and others, who if they say something, the market dips, and then next day they're in a better mood, they say something positive, the market goes up. It just means we've got to watch them. We've got to watch what they're saying. We've got to watch what they're tweeting. Follow them on Twitter. Follow the business news. Find out what's going on. Be informed. Whatever happens with Bitcoin also tends to happen with the other coins. If you watch the graphs for Bitcoin and the other top 10, top 20 coins on CoinMarketCap, CoinMarketCap.com, you will notice that once Bitcoin started to do this, so did all the coins begin to do that. But the interesting thing that it wasn't all of them throughout the whole CoinMarketCap. I think on CoinMarketCap, there might be about 4,000 or 5,000 different coins. It wasn't the same for all of them. Some of them were going up, 50% profit made in a day, 100% profit made in a day. And that's still happening. And it's a fascinating market to actually see what's going on in the Bitcoin world. So I'm going to talk about black crypto coins because as the market ebbs and sways, goes up and down, so are these coins. What I want to introduce you to, I don't know if you're aware of some of these, but it's Populous, started by a set of twins back in 2017. That is based around invoice financing, and the value today is $2.24. Of the ones that I've researched, that seemed to be the highest Black-owned cryptocurrency, Black-founded cryptocurrency. All right, it did have a height though in 2017 of $74.85. You know, so that was 4 years ago. So it is possible it could go back up. At the moment, it's trending back up. Or it's possible it could stay where it is for another 2 years and then go back up. We don't know. But it's interesting to see that that has been adopted quite a bit within the crypto world. A lot of people don't even know it's Black-owned. I will show you the founders of that later on. Guac coin is another Black-owned coin. Today it's worth 13 cents, 13.7 cents. But that was founded in 2018. At its height, it was at about 60 cents. Okay. Another one is Acoin. You can probably guess who founded that. There's a pop Afrobeat stroke pop artist from Senegal who resides in America. His name is Akon. Akon is doing amazing things over in Africa. I don't know if you've seen the video of the city he's building called Akon City. It looks like a cross between Wakanda and something else out of this world. It just looks amazing. If you haven't seen it, you really need to look up on YouTube, Akon City, which is building along the coast in Senegal. It is in process. It's not just a dream. They are building it. They started many years ago, in fact, and they got the investment they needed from a corporate in Kenya, I believe. So Acoin is the crypto coin of Akon, the music artist. At its height, it was 51.65, in other words, just over 51 cents. I think it's currently trading at probably about 40 cents or so. So that's Acoin. And then we have Zloader. That was founded by one of the twins, which I'll talk about a little later on. These are Steve and Sam Williams, by the way, the twins who are based in the UK, Nigerian family who live here. And they have about 4 cryptocurrencies in their stable. So the first one was Populous, and they have another 3 or so. Now you can see that the value of Zloader, which was started by Sam, is 30 cents. Now Populous has a second cryptocurrency. All right, and sorry. And that cryptocurrency is PXT. This was started more recently, and the value at the moment is about 30 cents as well. At its height, it was 34 cents in 21st of April, but that is doing really well, actually. That's going up the charts, so to speak. But those are some of the most well-known Black cryptocurrencies that I've found. I'm not saying that these are all that there are. There are others out there, but I just thought I'd give you the top 5 or 6. Right, Black cryptocurrency influencers. Now, these are some names. Some of you might be aware of them. Some of you might not. I don't know, but we'll soon see. Obi Nwosu, Micah Johnson, Steve Nico Williams, Sam Williams, Dr. Boyce Watkins, Lamar Wilson, Isaiah Jackson, and Professor Tonya M. Evans. These are the twins that I discussed earlier on, who founded Populous and Zloader and a couple of other cryptocurrencies. This article was in 2019, and at that time they were worth over 41 million. I would imagine that now they're worth a lot more than that. Okay, so their names are Sam Nico Williams and Steve Nico Williams. Now, let me give you a little bit of backstory about them. Right. They are from Lewisham in South London. The cryptocurrency business, the first one they started, took them 4 years to build in their mum's kitchen, and there was no expectation of a successful outcome. When Steve put the Populous token on the market in June 2017, they never expected to make as much as they did in 24 hours. Basically, it was over $1 million. Populous is a cryptocurrency, which is one of the most valuable blockchains in the world. The platform works by discounting invoices, then enabling small and medium businesses with cash flow problems to raise funds against invoicing. So if you know about invoice financing, you'll realize that they are basing their cryptocurrency on that. And most businesses, medium to large businesses, need crypto. They actually need to have invoice financing because it means you send out an invoice today for 20,000 or 200,000 or 2 million, and tomorrow you've got the money in. Yes, you have to pay a little bit for it. It might be, say, 2% or 5% of the amount, but at least you've got the money quickly and haven't got to be waiting ages to chase down that invoice. So it's a good market for them to have been in. This is another influencer, Isaiah Jackson. He wrote a book about Bitcoin and Black America. He's American. He's also a podcaster. He does a weekly podcast called Gentleman in Crypto. So he is an influencer. And you can also find him on Twitter and Clubhouse, if any of you are in Clubhouse. There is a group there called Black Bitcoin Billionaire, and he's usually in that group. There's a lady here, Professor Tonya Evans. She's a lawyer and professor in IP law. Her expertise is intellectual property for cryptos and business. She's very active on Twitter. You can actually learn quite a bit from her Twitter feed. Okay, so check her out. I think her Twitter profile is IP Prof Evans. Right, now this young man owns an exchange. It's the second largest cryptocurrency exchange in the UK. And it's called CoinFloor. A lot of people don't know that, but his main business comes from banks and large corporates. So you can imagine there are many millions and billions even flowing through his CoinFloor accounts every day. Okay, so look up Obi Nomosu. I met him at an event a few years ago, and he was walking around very unassuming. But you know, people who have created something great, they have an air about them. So I knew he had an air about him when I met him, and we just started talking at the bar. But he didn't say exactly what he did until I discovered later on in the evening he was one of the speakers. And then he talked about CoinFloor, and that was fascinating. So look him up. And if you are part of those big banks or corporates who've got millions to invest in Bitcoin, then you can use his website. But he also has a retail angle now, where ordinary people like me, maybe not you, but like me, can invest. Maybe £100 a week in Bitcoin, maybe £75 a month in Bitcoin. He does have a retail side, started, I think, within the last year or so, because before that, it was all about wholesale institutional businesses. I don't know if you come across Guapcoin. I mentioned it earlier on. Tonya Evans. It's so lovely to see a woman excelling in this space. She's an African-American tech mompreneur, by the way, with 8 children. My goodness. Launches cryptocurrency Guap to help grow Black-owned businesses. You can check out her website, guapcoin.org, and you can find out how to buy the cryptocurrency. I actually interviewed her a couple of weeks ago, and we're going to put that interview up onto our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel, by the way, is Black Economics TV, and you will see her there. You will see other people talking about various other businesses, and we also have an NFT 2-hour lecture on NFTs as well. Another influencer is Boyce Watkins. Now, he's been around for a very long time. He runs several courses on entrepreneurship, cryptocurrencies, very active on YouTube, very active on social media, and he also runs Your Black World, which is a black news site. So check him out. I think he's written a few books as well. Very knowledgeable in the space. He was talking about Bitcoin long before most of these other people are even talking about or thinking about Bitcoin. I imagine he invested early, so he must be a very wealthy man now. So that's Boyce Watkins. And another influencer that sometimes works with Boyce Watkins is Lamar Wilson. He's also very active on social media, has a YouTube channel, and you will find him in Clubhouse. If any of you are not in Clubhouse, by the way, you really need to check it out. It is a place where people can go and talk about any issue that they are interested in. So yes, you can talk about Bitcoin, but you can also talk about relationships, you can talk about money, you can talk about business, you can talk about mental health. There are different rooms for different topics, and there's no texting, you don't type anything, you just talk. So it's an interesting place. Right, I'm on to NFTs now. On March the 12th, Vaccine, a 41-year-old digital artist, accepted 8 Ethereum bid for the first 6 editions of a painting of Michael Jordan. So that's $16,000 plus for 6 paintings, digital paintings. Now this is a young man. Okay, you might say 41 is not that young, but this is a man who had been doing art for a while, but his paintings had not been shifting. He goes into the NFT space and look, a recent edition went up to 9 Ethereum as opposed to 8. He has an auction on at the moment, and I've given a list as to where that is. I'll give the URL down the bottom. That bid is showing that he's got 10,000, a bid for about 10,000 for one, not just for a series of 6 this time, but for one painting, $10,000, and it's ongoing. It started with a bid of about $800. Now it's $10,000, and people are bidding on it, and it's fascinating to see. So NFTs, they're opening up the typically exclusive art world to artists of diverse backgrounds that are helping those artists monetize their works. Right? This is what Vaccine said. There's so many hurdles and obstacles involved with gaining any sort of recognition within the art world as a Black man that the NFT is changing that. And various NFT exhibitions are given an opportunity to be seen. So I say to you, are you an artist? Are you an artist that is a painting or drawing, sculpture? Are you doing it physically? Can you then transfer it so that it becomes digital, whether that means via photograph or scanning it in? Can you therefore look at ways in which you can monetize your art? Because selling your art might be about selling a digital picture, but you can also attach a contract to it where you send the physical artwork to the buyer. Then when that buyer decides that they're going to sell it on, you will continue to get royalties from the art that you sold initially. Whereas now, you sell a piece of art for, say, $100, and somebody buys it and they sell it on later on for $10,000, you're not getting any money out of it. That's a traditional way of selling art. But with NFTs, you will always get royalties as it's sold on from buyer to buyer to buyer. Now, with NFTs, music and video can also be changed into NFTs. We did an NFT talk on Black Economics TV channel on YouTube, 2 hours long. We had an expert speaking about it. He's done several NFTs, and that wasn't even his main work. I mean, he's a business analyst normally, but what was happening was that he was working with an artist. So he couldn't draw or paint himself, but he had an idea in terms of what he wanted. So he worked with a graphic designer or an artist to actually make what he had in his head, and these were being sold as NFTs, and people were buying them. So that was interesting. I thought, so okay, you don't even have to be an expert artist. But some of you know artists. You know artists, you know, in your city, your town, your village. You know, is it possible that you can help them monetize their work and you take a commission from whatever they make? The opportunities are endless where NFTs are concerned. There is a former sports star in America, Micah Johnson, who created an artwork. The artwork was based around a young boy asking his mum, "Mum, can astronauts be black?" She really did something that took him to the next level. She climbed to the top of her closet and dusted off an astronaut's helmet that she'd kept there for him since he was born. I mean, how amazing is that? And then he created a piece of art with this helmet. You can see the picture of it in there. Can you believe this was sold as an NFT for millions? He has other artwork right now, you can see the link there, which are worth over 4 million. He created that piece of artwork and called it Aku. All right. Now, Aku, the film rights for it have now been sold, once again for millions. So we're no doubt going to see cartoons, films, toys. In fact, the toy version of Aku is already here. There were people who were on Twitter and YouTube unboxing it. You know, unboxing is a new thing. They were unboxing it and saying, "Oh, I've got my Aku." Oh my goodness. And Aku has his own Twitter feed, by the way. It's called Aku Dreams, if you want to look it up. So, can we move the needle? As Black people, we've got to look at new possibilities, new opportunities. We have the funds to make it happen. If 20% of Black community buys, then that could move a coin, several percentage. We're not even saying all of the Black community, we're saying 20% of the Black community. We have the funds to invest. We have the funds to invest because investing in a coin doesn't cost much. Some of the coins I mentioned earlier on are only 11 cents. If you buy 100 of them, that's $11. If you buy 1,000 of them, that's $111. But most people can afford the $11, let's face it. And if we got 100,000 people to buy $11 worth of the coin, you're moving that coin several percentage upwards. A lot of coins which have recently started, some of them are less than 1 cent. You can buy 5 for 1 cent. So the possibilities are there that, you know, investment can happen and Black founded coins can make a lot of money, and those funds can benefit the Black community. There are problems, however, because the message is not getting across to the Black community yet. A lot of people don't understand it. They haven't had the education in it. And those who are selling the coins really have a responsibility to market it and also educate about it. And sometimes they're not really doing that. They've created it and, you know, they're sort of waiting and sitting back for the buyers to come in. But there's also another issue in terms of problems. There is mistrust. Some are feeling, okay, I'll give my money there, I'll never see it again. And okay, let's face it, within the crypto market, there have been coins that have arrived and disappeared and vanished with people's money. And that's in the white world as well as the Black world. So it's not even a color thing. So do we trust the messenger, the person who's telling us about the crypto coins? And do we trust the founders? That's the big thing. How can the founders prove that they're trustworthy? It's interesting because I saw a message about one of the founders of Populous, Steve Williams. He actually had to spend in prison in his young days. They were involved in gangs when they were younger. But you know, they turned the life around and they're big men doing great things now. And someone's past shouldn't be something that affects their future. None of us are perfect. And we've all heard the term, throw the first stone if you're so perfect. So we're going to have to look into these cryptocurrencies that are out there, especially those that are founded by Black. And we really should be investing in them. I can't say which ones. You've got to look through their white papers, look through their website, check out the news about them. But really, if you're looking to invest, then consider it. You know, 2 or 3 of the coins, as well as 4 or 5 of other coins, general coins that are out there. We really need to be part of the marketplace. So what can we do to ensure Black crypto success? Number 1, inform, educate, ensure understanding. Number 2, inform regarding risks. Number 3, I would suggest invest in at least 5 cryptocurrencies. I can't tell you which one. You have to work that one out. Watching the market is good practice. The ones which have been in the news recently are, for instance, Dogecoins. Look at Ethereum. Look at Bitcoin itself. And bear in mind, you can invest in Bitcoin with a small amount of money. You don't have to have 40 or 50,000 to invest. You just basically get Satoshis or percentages of the Bitcoin. You know, there's an interesting one that grabbed my attention. It was Grumpy Coins. And they are specifically there to help cats. They actually call themselves Grumpy Cat, but somebody else had the name Grumpy Cat. So, but they're actually there to help cat orphanages or cat places where cats are taken to. And they're actually showing the money that they're giving out to different cat organizations. 70,000 went to here, 70,000 went to there. And I thought, that's amazing. That's what we need to do. So that when we're getting that money in, we're showing that it's benefiting particular organizations. For Black cryptocurrency founders, sell, sell, sell. I can't underestimate that word sell, 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 because it's really about a sales exercise, all right? If it means that it looks like you're pumping, as in pump and dump, you're gonna have to pump, 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 but never dump. Keep pumping this thing up. Keep doing that for as long as you can, because that helps in terms of the rise of the price of your coin. So Once they get money in, for those who are founding a cryptocurrency, then you're using it for the community, and that is a great thing. So you're going to continue. We're going to continue to grow our community, and if we can get that liquidization to invest in businesses, give loans or grants to startups, help grow businesses to a massive level, that would be tremendous. So Black cryptocurrencies that are out there, we've got to try and support them. We've got to try and help them along the way. And some of them have incentives as to if you help promote their coin and you get a certain amount or you get a commission. There are ways that we can ensure our success in this field. And because a lot of people don't really know about it, I'm talking about a lot of white or Asian people, there's still a market, a huge marketplace out there for us as Black people, if we can get in and get in early. And to be quite honest, now is not even early, but it's earlier than 96% of the people who are out there who, for them, it's still a haze. So I hope that's been helpful for you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. And back to you, Michael. Thank you. Michael, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, just blown away from this awesome presentation. Wow, this is awesome. Thank you so much. I think, and I'm surprised at the same time. There are not so many questions popping in here. Maybe I should have watched on the YouTube side also. Thank you so much. Very insightful. I mean, I was here in the room cheering up the people who are here, telling them, you know what? Too often do we hear content about Elon Musk there and I don't know, CZ there and PayPal did this, but we don't hear about the Black economic. We don't hear about the people who are standing in the gap and trying to push against heavy words of the past. So this is awesome. But before I go ahead with my comments, any questions here from those here on Zoom? Any questions, please make sure you utilize this opportunity because Madame Brown is not an easy person to get. You can see the numbers she has shared on her platform. So I want you to take the opportunity to ask someone who has been in the space, and we can definitely, with already the motivation she speaks with and she has shared content-wise, benefit, I think, everyone here. So please, use the opportunity, ask your question, chat, or unmute yourself so that you take the best with you.
Wow, that was insightful. I love it. However, I have a request. Could you just drop the maybe social handles for your sites, maybe the website, or the YouTube links, so that we can make a follow-up? I'm actually hooked up via the NFT you just explained. I didn't know it goes as far as selling hat. I know a few guys in Uganda here who do hat and they have nowhere to sell their hats. So that was interesting. Thank you.
Did you say, to sell their art? Okay, yes. Well, I've got to say, the opportunities are amazing. The speaker, in fact, who spoke for us for NFT a few weeks ago, the one I said is on YouTube, I'll drop the link actually. His daughter created an NFT. His daughter's 9. And guess what? It sold. You know, his daughter's 9, for goodness sake. So it just goes to show it can be done. You know, you just need to have someone show you how it's done. In fact, I'm going to get him to do another talk where artists can come along and he actually shows them how it can be done from start to finish. There he gave a really good overview. He also talked about music, how music can be made in NFT. People are using tickets for NFT. I don't know if you know that there's certain artists that have started to release music as NFTs, and especially for Black musicians, because I don't know if you know, in the past, we have been exploited quite a bit. And even those people who are famous, I don't know if you saw something that Anita Baker put out not too long ago, where she said, stop streaming my music, because she felt that it's a record company that was benefiting more than she was, you know? And she put the price, she said it's 0.03 cents per stream that she would get for her music, but then they take off tax, they take off fees, record company gets a slice. So basically, you can imagine the last year has been very, very difficult for musicians with the pandemic and performances cancelled. So people really need to investigate NFTs and how themselves as artists or musicians or video makers can benefit from NFTs. Anything else?
Any other questions here? Madam Down, do you have a Twitter, or can you also drop the YouTube, or we find it all on the website you have already shared?
Yes, I'm going to put the YouTube channel. One moment.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you. We're definitely gonna share this also in our network. I think for sure you have got many fans here already of your work and what you stand for. Really respect for that. This is one of the best talk and session, I must say, we had so far in the area of, on the one side, technology, but on the other side, really impactful usage of technology. And I think there's so much more. And as I mentioned before, too rare do we get the presentation of the key players in the industry. And especially when we look at the Black history and this inferior complex issue that is there, it is good to see someone actually running ahead, doing something. It gives you the sort of feeling, I can do it too. If he can do it, and so on and so forth, I can do it too. So members, please follow up these channels, this Twitter handle also that she has shared, because I think we all have a leaf to borrow, to learn from. I myself, I make sure I'm in touch with Madam Down, because there's so much more for my side to learn. And I hope I can also be more useful for such communities beyond. So much again, thank you for joining us, making time. If any questions arise, we're definitely gonna share. We basically are not sure if the next speaker can still make it. If not, we're gonna jump into local topics in Uganda. But I really feel like I want to motivate everyone. I mean, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we are here on Zoom. I'm so glad we have now gone multiple channels. I really want to motivate everyone to invest time in this, invest some little energy in this. There's so many topics you can study. It's not all about buying a token, wait till it goes up and sell it, spot market, etc. There's also a way you can actually become part of this. Not only watching, but actually be part of it. You know, when you watch a TV, the person you're watching the TV is the one earning, is the one basically who is taking your time. Why are you not the one who's on the magazine who talks about this and takes it further? With the new technology, and many call it as the fourth industrial revolution. Me, I always call it transformation, because I really believe utilizing this technology, we can transform industries. As she just shared about art. Art is one of the industries which most people actually don't see value in it, but there's so much actually in it. And sports is another industry. I hear in Uganda, oh, we want football clubs for the youth, we don't have the funding, etc. Do something which is so good, so valuable that someone else is willing to spend and pay money for it, and you move forward. But if you just sit and whine, we don't move forward. So the technology has given us huge potential. You can build a token. They're like, we actually had a member share yesterday on this masterclass. You can just go online, type in your token, and the token is ready within few minutes. A few parameters that I know might not be included there, but the general one, the token is done on Ethereum. You don't need to build the infrastructure. You don't need to do, I don't know, special coding. In the simplest manner, you can do the token. Binance, one of the names that one builds basically a platform for everything, is now doing NFT, and so many other platforms you have NFT. Sit down, today getting a camera, and our phone's already good enough. Do a picture. It's all about digital. All you need to do is take something which is digital. We had the other speaker, Mr. Olu, talking about the private key. Create a private key, and that's what basically you're selling. The private key is the point of ownership of the object, whatever that is, of a sound, of a picture, of a video. There are people who have even made NFTs out of real physical objects by basically taking the private key and implement it into the object, and people bought it, and we see millions moving. So if you're an artist or in any industry you're in, this technology, when you have blockchain, is a transformational technology that can impact every area of life. 9-year-old, did you say the child is 9-year-old and sold an NFT? Madam Down, did you say that the daughter is just 9-year-old?
Yes, 9 years. Yes, sorry, yes.
I need to talk to my daughter tonight.
You need to talk to all your children, seriously, because a lot of these young people are good at art, but they don't know how to monetize it. Whether they're just drawing. In fact, we at Black Economics will be running an art competition in June. So any artists, budding artists who are interested, just stay in touch. You know?
Yes, but
yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
And in fact, when you go to some art galleries here, some of them are, some of the pictures are like 2 lines and another line. And you think to yourself, you could draw that. And that painting is going for millions. So you don't even have to be the kind of artist that can draw like a photograph.
I like that.
You just really need to get drawing and get the marketing out there so that people can see what you're doing.
I like that. And the marketing is actually done for you just because of NFT. That's an amazing thing. You don't need to spend on Twitter marketing budget, just that you're doing an NFT alone puts you straight on the radar, global radar, that you cannot get in any other way. And you just said you can just do 2 lines. I think there was someone who had an app, gave the app basically what do you call this? I'm not an artist in that industry, but gave basically a painting stick. The app did some paintings and they sold it for thousands and thousands of dollars. So if you have an app at home, a dog, a what, there are different ways to go into it. But something you also said a bit shocked my mind, or gave me kind of like a bit, can give someone hope. You spoke about this lady who's the founder of a token, and she has 8 children. I mean, so there are moms out here who say, oh, I have 2, I have 3, I have 4, I can't do it. And exactly. I think that's what we need to hear more. We need to hear more these things of like, hey, you're an artist, you think you can make it, you 2 lines, you can actually do something wherever you're seated is possible. Hey, you're a mom of 4, 5, you're looking for ways to earn an extra dollar, an extra pound, an extra shilling or naira, or where you are in Kenyan shilling, and actually you can do it. So, and that's why I was saying what you said has a lot of motivation. And I think it really can pull you out of your comfort zone where we are, government is not doing enough for us and COVID has, no, we can do it. So no, it's not that if we can move the needle, we can move the needle. And I really hope that goes out to many. Again, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I want to leave you off the hook here, and that we go with the next speaker, who is also on basically coming online to do the next. Thank you so much, and happy to hear more from you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Mike. We can't hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm talking here for 1 hour almost, and I'm not audible. Sorry for that. So I was saying the next speaker, I was actually saying if Madame Down can still be on, though I know she's very busy. Happy to have her on, but I know she's going for her schedule. But as you have seen and heard, I think we're gonna hear from her more beyond this. So our next speaker, I've not seen him on yet, but I believe he should be. We had a bit some shuffles and ruffles on our program. He was actually supposed to join in next 20 minutes. So I think I'll fill the gap here with maybe some questions,
Mike,
answers.
I'm back. If you still want to have
hey, you're back. Wonderful. Good to see you. Then I think we can loop you in very 20 minutes, 30 minutes that you take it there. Good to see that you're back. Awesome. I was here in standing in comedy to fill the gap. Awesome. So let me introduce our next speaker then without further delay, because she has been on before, but our infrastructure had failed her, but now we can have her finally on. So this is Madame. Where is the presentation? I want to make sure I don't miss out a point, but since we have introduced her before, I will not go too much into mine. What I would suggest, Madame Kume, why don't you start presenting? You should have the rights. If not, let me make you host right now. There you are. That you share your screen while I'm introducing who we have next on. So this Madame Kume Chipsa, founder and CEO of AfroValley.io. I was, as I said earlier, jealous about the name because I used to think about Crypto Valley, but no, this is Switzerland, Zouk. You can't do that. Then we thought of Uganda Valley, but Uganda didn't really sound it. Uganda tokenized, no. We actually went for Blockchain Africa IO, and we brought partners from Switzerland to Uganda to educate and talk together with different shareholders on it. So Afro Valley just perfectly found here. So Kume Chipsa is an innovator and pragmatic distributor with a strong passion in technology and its capacity to transform society and economy and build a better world. Founded blockchain-based organization 2018 to use it as a platform to disrupt interconnected sectors such as agriculture, energy, transport, finance, telecommunication, and social welfare system in Africa. With the first market adopter, Oromia, she will correct me that, Oromia, region of Ethiopia and its massive resources that's yet to be tapped. It's also founder of East Africa Blockchain Event, which is first event featured in 2021, dedicated to the business of blockchain and crypto economy, connecting policymakers, tech innovators, researchers, and the youth to understand the challenges and opportunities of our, which I like here, our blockchain future. So welcome here. Kume, so happy to have you on. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And really sorry, my apologies for the glitch. but I had to run around and find the closest internet access to get to you guys. And I'm happy really to be here. And thanks, Mike, for the invitation to share my passion around this technology and see how we can work together to drive the adoption. So just you've recapped all from yesterday and today about myself, but just to summarize it, my name is Kumei. I'm from Ethiopia, born, raised here, but I call myself also a global citizen because I lived and worked in different countries across all the 4 continents. And in 2018, I had enough of the rest of the world and I decided to come back to Africa to see how I can contribute with my expertise, learning from both emerging and emerging markets. One of the use cases that I was trying to see is how can we use technology to basically support the development of Africa, because I don't really want to call it Ethiopia or East Africa. Maybe I called it East Africa for my event for a particular reason, but especially now we're going towards AFCTF and One Africa movement. I like to call that my vision is more towards Pan-Africanism. So, the reason that I chose blockchain is for me, AI and IoT are still, I don't consider them as an infrastructure. Blockchain it's not a software, it's a revolutionary infrastructure, which is going to transform from a grassroots point of view. So I did my dissertation and when I did my master's program in 2018, and then I brought it to Africa to see if we can adopt it to some of our economies, such as agriculture, to drive sustainable development. So, and I called it Afro Valley because valleys comes from like agriculture is more a source of our development. So it's basically named after that. So the idea is how do we bring the entire agroeconomy into the infrastructure of blockchain so that farmers can be able to learn, trade, and then develop themselves utilizing the infrastructure. As you guys know, right now we're living in a digital world where the digital technology is becoming more like road, like infrastructure. So I see blockchain similarly. So Afro Valley is basically established based on that, using our basic competitive advantage, which is agriculture, to drive sustainable development through agro platform. You can hear me still, right? Just checking my internet.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, perfect. But quickly, with all this ambition and energy, when I came to Ethiopia, I quickly learned that in terms of the basis of like internet power, knowledge, we're still a little bit behind, I would say, than the rest of the world. So, and this revolutionary action cannot be done. So my other, let's say, plan B was also, or in parallel, I was looking into how I can actually foster this ecosystem that can support me to develop the infrastructure that's needed to basically push this technology also into the farmers, into the community as well. And that's why you see me also founding this event called East Africa Blockchain Event, where the idea is to educate the youth in terms of the technology, and also not only the youth, but then also the regulators and the researchers, so that they can understand the value. And then also we can mitigate the gap between regulators and also the technologies in terms of the misunderstanding, so that we can actually all focus on harnessing the value of the technology. So the first one is basically the core ideology of Afro Valley. The East Africa Blockchain Event is basically the subsistence to support that movement. So this is a bit about myself, but my presentation for today is on this, what I talked about earlier. It's basically how do we redefine our sustainable development through blockchain and digital currency. I'm sure you heard a lot about blockchain and digital currency. I don't need to go over the details. But then if we start from, like, let's say the beginning, I'm not a fan of centralization, but then these sectors like Uber and Upwork and eBay and Airbnb has taught us something to begin with, which is the power of connection. The power of connection has revolutionized the transport sector, the housing sector, and then also the e-commerce. But I didn't really see, from my point of view, any agro-related, let's say, ecosystem that stood out. Like, for example, Uber, which is a transport, an e-transport system, right? So I thought maybe we can create this agro Uber system, but then more in a decentralized manner. And that's when basically I start looking into how can we basically bring in the marketplace and blockchain into the agro sector and develop, drive sustainable development within Africa, considering agriculture is basically our bread and butter. So what we're looking into is basically how do we bring, as I said earlier, how do we bring the entire ecosystem into one platform where we can actually see them trade and transact in a very transparent manner as well, and covering all the sectors. And then ultimately we drive efficiency and then also profitability towards the farmers, because the current status at the moment is the farmers, since they have lack of information and they basically come on the negative side. So they produce, but then they don't earn as much as they do because the transparency is not there, the knowledge is not there, and the supply chain is basically is a dark supply chain where it's aggregated by aggregators where they are profiting out of the entire supply chain. So by having this transparency, by empowering the farmer, and then also by minimizing the intermediaries, we thought we can actually bring a little bit clarity in terms of the supply chain, bring more money towards the farmer, and then also bring some sort of transparency and trustability by the consumer so that we can actually grow the economy. So in this slide, what you see is basically the ambition to bring all the stakeholders into a single ecosystem. I don't want to call it like, let's say, because the concept of platform today is more centralized, but then this is more decentralized, where everybody can actually share idea based on a consensus mechanism. So this is basically what we're working on and what we're developing. In addition, this is basically one of my passionate area as well. Along with driving supply chain transformation and empowering the farmer, the other thing is how do we basically integrate our economy across borders, where these borders are created by artificially through colonization or basically through government which have their own personal interest, I would say, because ultimately we're brothers with the Kenyans, we're brother with the Somalians, and maybe if we trace back in like a few years, we have the same ancestor or fathers, but these borders have been artificially created. So how do we basically minimize that efficiency created by these artificial borders using technology, and then also drive the culture, right? So when you talk about distributed ledger, for example, everybody has to come into consensus. They have to agree. And that basically will drive the culture of coordination and working together. So technology is one means, which is driving. It's a driver, it's a means to drive, but ultimately this requires to work together, to coordinate together, to agree together. So I thought blockchain will bring this coordination across all this region for us to move from fighting toward this working together for development. So we've been, if you look at our East Africa event, it was incepted from the idea of how do we basically, in the back of AfCFTA, African Continental Trade, how do we start looking into, let's say, semi-regional economy integration and trade with our neighbors, and look into what is trade looks like within region. How do we basically minimize all this border inefficiencies that are created? So it will start from, let's say, having individual ledger and basically transacting and recording, bringing all the transaction into a formal economy. But then also later on, we're going to progress into how do we basically minimize also the inefficiency that's created out of currencies, having different currencies, right? Because today, for example, in Ethiopia, we have birr. To basically get $1, it's very expensive. So the export market to basically import something is very expensive. So for me to transact with Kenya, it's a hassle. There is so much wastage of currencies and monies in between. So how do we work towards basically minimizing through cryptocurrency and digital currency? So we're trying to lobby also, apart from basically bringing the farmers into our platform and streamlining the supply chain, how do we also work within our regions and bring the informal economy to formal economy, which will support the government eventually because they will have better tax collection, but then also will help for people to trade, to create peace as a means of reconciliation, and then also to trade better. So this is the second area that we're working towards. But with all this ambition, as I said earlier, our biggest challenge is, on top of the social inequalities, is the digital inequalities. We did a little bit of scanning of what is the internet penetration, especially within, let's say, East Africa, Ethiopia being the lowest, I would say actually Eritrea being the lowest. Average is about between 40 to 30% of internet adoption. Kenya is luckily, they seem to have the highest adoption, which is 85%, driven in the back of M-Pesa, right? So how do we basically, for us, learning from what M-Pesa did for Kenya, how do we decentralize and also at the same time drive the internet adoption and the finance adoption with this project? And this is basically one of the area also on top of everything what we're doing. We're trying to look into how can we basically kill two birds in one stone, drive social equality and digital equality. So to do this, it requires an army of resources, an army of people, because it's not something that can be done with one company. And basically, while we're implementing the solution, we're building a lot of awareness sessions, basically to bring in the youth to back us up, to support us with the innovation, and then also to be also the voice when it comes to policy change or policy hurdles. So we're training a lot of the youth in terms of awareness of blockchain, its values, and then also the concept of digital currency and how it's going to change our world and also Africa. And in parallel, what we're doing is also advocacy for policy and infrastructure development. Policy being, as you know, the government wants to control the financial and the fintech market. So the government has to learn the new way of working, which is to let go, and then also to facilitate. And that's basically a huge mindset shift. And at the same time, also a huge policy change, which requires, I think, also a lot of effort to change this. And then also having the infrastructure, power, telecom, data centers, all this also requires basically an investment, not just from the private sector, but then also the public sector, because digital again is going to be like a road in the coming years, especially after COVID. So we're looking into basically putting in advocacy. We're advocating through events, through workshops, to create this for a public-private partnership to drive all this infrastructure as part of rural development or urban development. And then we're also collaborating and synergizing with academia and community, and then also regional actors to basically to be the force for change. So this is part of our adoption. The other thing, this is basically what we're doing is in two areas. One is having a platform like the East Africa blockchain event, but then also separately, also we have mini workshops as well. So we just finished our first, as Michael said earlier, we finished our first East Africa blockchain event. Actually, we'll be finishing it this Wednesday. And this was the target to basically drive the adoption, the awareness, and also minimizing the misunderstanding between the different actors. And then also driving the human capital development across on the technology itself. In addition, what we do is also we launch boot camps to excite and drive financial literacy across the youth. And we actually have one upcoming and one in the coming 2 weeks, which starts in June 8th. And the idea, what we're trying to see is also if we can teach, how do we teach basically the youth better in terms of understanding finance and decentralized finance, and then for them to be hands-on. So we're launching this hackathon called African by African Token. And the idea is basically for the university students or the youth to start developing tokens that can be utilized to trade across different countries. It can be between Ethiopia and Kenya, or Ethiopia and Djibouti, or whatsoever, even across. And this is basically in the back of the currency challenge in Ethiopia that we have today. I can only have up to $500 of foreign currency or USD dollar for me to take out of the country. So if I want to purchase anything more than 500, I have to go to the black market, which is quite expensive. So we're looking into a solution where we can actually peg our birr with a token in order to have a better access to foreign currencies. And we're basically we're writing the white paper and basically pushing it towards the youth to come up with a solution and see how, if this can be a token that basically will be Africa produced by Africans and something that we can showcase. So the event is on June 8th. If anyone in this party is interested, they can participate. You can find the access on the slide, or I can make it available separately. And we're basically looking into developers, although non-developers are welcomed to look and basically have a demo, but then I think the focus is to have a developer that can compete and get incentivized with monetary value. The actual figure is yet to be announced, but the idea is to at least incentivize the hackathon either in dollar value or it can be a token that was produced by the hackathon. If any information you may have, also you can contact us at info@AfroValley. And this is basically the concept of the boot camp, which is upcoming in June. We aim to have like more boot camps, at least 4 times a year. This is basically to motivate the youth and also drive the adoption of blockchain, and then also drive this community where we can actually utilize to influence different parties, either regulatories, government bodies, and drive the change. The entire project ultimate goal and impact will be, if we go through the entire SDG, we can say basically we can tick all the boxes. We did not include peace and reconciliation, but as I mentioned earlier, and the trade in the cross-border trade, actually, if we adopt blockchain, we believe it can be a solution for cross-border peace and reconciliation, because we will have the proper land ownership. We will have the culture of coordination. We will have basically non-centralized or a decentralized way of exchange where no party will influence their own agenda. So we think blockchain is not only economical or socio-economical solution, it's actually a way to bring peace and reconciliation across communities. That's about it from my end. Any question, I'm available.
Thank you so much for the presentation and thought-provoking points also here. I think before I give more comments or what, do we have any questions or comments here in the group? I have not seen any yet, so people are a bit shy to ask, but I'm telling you, Kume is very, very friendly. So you
I won't bite.
She won't bite, she promised. So if there's any questions or comment, I know some of the things might come a bit like high level, but actually they are not, because this is the impact. I was actually hoping to read that chart very well that shows where Africa is standing when we look at the infrastructure, etc. But please, any questions so far? Any comments? I mean, some have come online and they cannot afford to stream this event for 1 hour, 2 hours, etc. It's not only about the time of work or something, but actually the cost to pay the data. So that's something I totally understand. So, but before I go here further, we have a question here from Maciek Nowak. He's in Poland, the way I learned. Do you have any blockchain ecosystem in mind to build on for the agriculture support? That's a question to you, Kume.
So if you're talking about in terms of specific protocols, so we're looking into the Ethereum ecosystem to build on the agriculture, but we're getting a lot of push also to bring in Ripple, because we have so much financial exchange. So right now we're debating between should we go with Ethereum or Ripple, but then I think we're probably going to go more towards the Ethereum side.
Okay, I think, Maciek, did that answer your question? It's basically Ethereum. Okay,
I just wanted to ask, did you check about Cardano, ADA, and other? Because from what I learned, in the meantime, that the fees on Ethereum could go really expensive. Yeah. And that's what I was just thinking. Was there any other protocols being researched currently?
So apparently, because we've been talking to the Ethereum guys, because for us, we're going to be dealing with a large transaction. We're thinking to bring 50 million farmers into the platform. That's our agreement with the regional head. So as you said, with the current setup, it's going to be expensive, but then we've been told with the 2.0, it'll be better. But we're closely watching. But Cardano is not our option right now.
Okay.
Thanks for that very clear answer, and also for the question. If any other, please ask. I believe she'll be friendly enough to share with me her presentation so we can put them together and share them later on through the community. Please, many have not signed up, but at least join the WhatsApp group, so as we share, we make sure that everyone has received the information also. So Kume, I understand you're talking about this boot camp, and that's something that really is music to my ears, because here we're talking really about hands-on activities, especially teaching young students. I mean, Africa is the youngest population in the world. Our median age is about 19 years, even below that. So when we talk about youth, we're talking about Africa automatically. If you bring out a book about youth, it must be about Africa. It cannot be for any other country, but Africa first. So when I hear about the boot camp, hacker camp, etc., what do I need, me now as a person, what do I need to sign up and to be considered here? Do I need to belong to an organization? Do I need to belong to, I don't know, a university? Or can I just come me alone from a corner and say, I want to be part?
Yeah, as long as you're basically a little bit familiar or comfortable in writing codes for professional, you can just sign in. We targeted universities because they've got the capacity to mobilize resources, because as you know, in Africa, internet is not cheap and access to media is not easy. So we went through universities because they've got basically the facility to provide internet access and medias for students to basically freely code or even do some research. So that's why we partner with universities as a channel to access the youth. But if anybody has ability, they can freely be able to use at any time. They can be able to join, no problem. But they just have to be a little bit familiar with codes.
Okay. So when I hear about coding, etc., I mean, can we do a boot camp 2-3 days before event and train people on coding if they're maybe not on the scale yet? Is it much coding needed, or is it basic coding needed?
I think we need basic coding needed, but then we're gonna have a training for sure, because people might know different languages, right? So we cannot really expect them to know all the languages across. So we're thinking to give them a training. So that's why we call it boot camp instead of hackathon. So we're going to have a series of trainings for 4 days. And then after 4 days, the last day will be where they'll be given the program. They'll be given 2 days to come up with a solution, and then it will be judged, and then they will be, whoever the winner is will be rewarded.
Okay, awesome. So now I see it's just more or less 2 weeks around the corner, if at all. It's June. So does it still make sense to say, hey, we know Bit2Big and university, we want to come on board, or is it too late?
No, it's not too late, actually. Actually, it was supposed to be this week, but we've been asked to push it for people to get enough time and so that we can get also enough students, because universities have been going through exams the past 4 weeks, and a lot of students asked for extension. So we pushed it for another 2 weeks. So people still have time until June 5th to sign up. And then it will give us up to 3 days to basically come and look into the volumes and then how we can categorize people.
Okay, awesome. And this falls basically in the question I was also asking, is there a deadline for registration? Now, 8 is basically the start, but is there a deadline for registration?
So the 5th is where we're putting the hard line. So until June 5th, people can actually sign up.
Okay, awesome. I think, Ben, you had the answer. Until 5th, you can sign up and use your coding skills to take Uganda to the next level. So, Kume, thank you so much for your time. I think actually one of the questions that I will basically have here, and maybe the next presenter who's already, I believe, with us could answer, is like, what about the local policies? Now, you spoke about building a stable coin. So if I say, okay, hey, here I'm in Rwanda, Nigeria, or I'm here in Uganda, and I want to be part of it to build the token so I can see something moving in my industry, my country. Do you also look at it like how the policies locally are or is it even something where if I was in Turkey, cryptocurrencies, no, I can actually not participate at all? Is there something that you're looking at, or do the people have to look at those policies themselves?
Yeah, so that's a very good question, because when I basically pose the solution even for local people, the first thing they say is, we don't want to go to jail, or we don't want to be in trouble with central bank. So, I mean, when Bitcoin came in, I don't think anyone was scared. Maybe he made himself anonymous for reasons. So we believe the local regulation might be resistant and might block it. But what we want is at least for agenda. You know how in Africa, idea doesn't work. People have to see something that's made and worked or even started. So for us to push regulation, we did not find it adequate enough just to speak and to advocate. But then we want to push a little bit something out there for them to choose whether to block it or to basically work along with it. So this is one of the approach. The second thing that we're doing in parallel is we're trying to build a relationship with different regulators. So we have a good relationship with the Kenyan Capital Market Authority. We've got a good relationship. We're trying to build a good relationship with the Ethiopian Communication Agency, who's looking into right now decentralized finance and what are the policies they need to put together. Because for them, mobile money, I don't know if you heard about Uganda. Uganda actually shifted to the move of controlling right now mobile money within their central bank or within their communication agency. And this is the policy exactly what Ethiopia is following. And that's why they haven't even issued, basically, if you see mobile money, to the recent privatized telecom that was awarded a license a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So they want to basically come up with a policy where they can govern whether mobile money, whether it's centralized or decentralized. So we are trying to basically be part of that solution and solution maker. So we're trying to build a relationship with the communication agency to see if we can enforce them. They're very good people. But again, as I told you, idea doesn't just resonate with a lot of people. This is my take on. If you go to the West, people have enough experience to basically grasp from an idea. But then in Africa, I believe we need to make something tangible to show to people so that they can understand the outcome, the consequence. And this is basically because of the lack of, sandboxes within the regulatory framework. Kenya has one. I think Uganda might have one, but in Ethiopia, we don't have a sandbox where we can test or explore. So the reason we put out this is let's issue it, right? You won't lose anything. People would have a practical experience, but then it also can be something we can challenge your regulatory body to show them, listen, it doesn't kill you. It would actually create a way for you to trade easily. And you probably will be solving the issue of the African continental trade, because right now the African continental trade policy is a very centralized policy sitting in Ghana. And it's going to be very difficult to bring each country within Africa to come together and decide on currency or decide on economy alignment. So there needs to be an approach where you can actually go with a bespoke solution and look into how it's going to drive the entire change across the continent. So the idea is, let's create something that's African by African. Let's push it out there. If the regulator killed it, no loss. In a sense, you learn something out of it, and the regulators will understand what would be the impact, gain or loss. Then if they've locked it, I'm sure they're going to give us a justification. And from that justification, we can continue to build up on. This is our approach.
Okay, thank you. I think with the next speaker already lining up, Mr. Manuel Mugabi, we have actually a good person here to talk about the policy or governance, partly, or as you mentioned about the new law, or basically what you just shared about the mobile money developments in Uganda. No, we don't have a framework where we can test basically certain solutions, not for crypto at least. I hear for other industries is there, but it will be the right one also to share with us more. So I will really be happy if at the end of the session from Mr. Mugabi, Emmanuel Mugabi, we have maybe 15 to 20 minutes maximum exchange of a bit that area that we just touched base, and have a bit from at least Uganda perspective, some inputs there. So Madam Kume, thank you so much for your time and sharing with us thought-provoking areas of also development where we can utilize even the little resources that are available, yet maximize them to do something in some area. Agriculture, I think we have too much potential, and if we can touch that with blockchain, with technology, etc., I think doing transparency, it's only benefiting everyone at the end of the day. So thank you so much. Please stay in the call, don't run away from your wifey there, so that we have you on, and thank you for making it. So I don't want to delay further here. We already over 10 minutes delayed for this, and we had pushed it also a bit. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel Mugabi, for joining us. I know you have a very tight calendar, and I'm so happy to have you on. So Mr. Emmanuel Mugabi is the manager at Information Security Operations, that is at NITA. That is his position, but it's at NITA, Uganda, that's National Information Technology Authority. Mr. Emmanuel Mugabi is an IT professional with experience in ICT, that is IT, governance, advisory, privacy, and security. He currently works at National Information Technology Authority in Uganda, a senior manager, governance and risk, where he is instrumental in driving the implementation of National Information Security Framework. He holds a Master of Science degree in ICT Management, Policy and Architectural Design, is certified data privacy solution engineer, certified information security manager, certified information system auditor, and ISO EIC 27001 senior lead implementer, and EC Council incident manager He's also an active member of the ISACA Kampala chapter. I think all you had was certified, yes, indeed, in his position. He has many belts on. And today we want to hear about the topic of data privacy. So what is basically his will be Uganda's data protection and privacy principles, and highlight how the act impacts blockchain, digital assets, and trading. Welcome, Mr. Emmanuel. I'll give you the host right so you can share directly with us. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm happy to follow what you have to share with us here.
Thank you, Michael. I request for permission to share my presentation. Okay, I got it.
You should have it.
Yeah, got it.
Awesome. I'm seeing topic up.
So just to pick up just on what the previous speaker was presenting, yes, we have Uganda recently had put in place what we call our Payment Systems Act. And that act, among other things, provides for a regulatory sandbox where even you can get the regulator and apply to operate your digital ledger or digital trading platform, as long as it meets the requirements of that, and you can get a license and work within that space, and close scrutiny and supervision regulator. And also, I know the Capital Markets Authority has also set up what we call a special zone for such activities. So I think Uganda is opening up into those spaces. I'll just quickly go into the focus for today, which is one of the new acts in Uganda, the Data Protection and Privacy Act, which came into place in 2019, and regulations came in March 2021. So just to get us to understand where we are, obviously we all know this journey that we've moved as humanity from the 1700s, where we came from production being mechanical, factories and power steams, and then we came into the age of a lot of exploration and use of electricity. So we had different innovative uses of faster processes to do productions. We have faster assembly lines and people working in those shifts. And then that was defined later on by the introduction of the computer and electronics from the 1960s, and advanced where we are at a fast pace, driven by innovation. We are now talking about 4IR, such as what is the theme for today. So we're now in this information age, fourth industrial revolution, where data, robotics, and also innovation changing the status quo of so many things, breaking traditional ways of doing business, or even doing transactions, even of, as you've seen, even money being redefined, the concept of money also being redefined, and how it's generated and shared, and how value is attached to it across different peer-to-peer types of agreements. So the fourth definition where we live, the big item here is that data is one of the key things. So in the information age, it's more about knowledge, like a previous speaker was talking about, the networks, collaborations, and even now the knowledge is more of interdisciplinary. When I had Michael asking what it takes for someone to join the program, and all they required was from any background, as long as you can, you may be a business person, you may be any career, but as long as you can learn a bit of programming or understand how the concepts work, and you have the right knowledge, then you can participate in this ecosystem. And this here before us is snapshots, 60 seconds of how much data flows across different use cases and applications. And the unique thing around all of this is that all of this is driven by data. And increasingly, this is now driven by personal data. So if you look at WhatsApp, at least averagely someone's platform might be on this call must be using about 6 of these applications here, from Google to Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube. And each of these things is going to pick personal data from you. And there's going to be a lot of profiling on you, even more than you know yourself. And all this information is being analyzed in seconds and being used to determine what your profile looks like, who are you, your identity, what your likes are, what your preferences are, what you like to do. And all this is generated continuously to try and profile you as to the smallest granular detail as possible in order for the platform to understand how to deal with you, how to enhance their services, or for whatever reason that they may have. So because of this, personal data in other cases is also increasing. And this increase, the rise of use of personal data in this industry age in which we live, has now become an issue of concern. And one, we know it's now a critical factor of production. So the old economics factors of production have been tilted a little bit to now recognize data itself in its own right as a factor of production in the digital, in this economy we're in. It can be transferred at very low cost. Everyone is a consumer of this. Its misuse and abuse have negative impacts on organizations and consumers alike. And this market economy, it functions purely on trust. So I noticed from the previous presentation, there was a little bit of, when the question came out about regulators or countries accepting digital currencies and how that runs. So the issue is mainly about trust. So you can see markets cannot function without trust, and the data economy is no exception. So if that issue is fixed, then definitely there should be no issues from the regulatory perspective. Trust deficits, we know, can unravel markets, and also personal information, you and our information is collected daily and it is growing exponentially. So the world is responding, as we can see. The best, not the best, actually the best or the gold standard for regulations around privacy looks at Europe, which came up to spark off most of what the other countries are doing with the general data protection regulation, which sets or defined principles for collecting or processing of personal data. And this has become universally accepted and is being adopted by different countries. So Africa looks, is a bit of a mix, but the direction is generally the same, to have in place legislations that regulate the collection and processing of personal data. So the green is where regulation exists, either in draft or in force, and the red is countries that have not yet started on the journey. Now, when it comes to our case as Uganda, we do have an act, and it now protects the privacy of individuals, which is a right provided for to every Ugandan citizen under the Constitution of Uganda. So this is merely enforcing that right, and looks at mainly two things: regulating and that collects or processes personal data. So if you look at when you're doing the trading platforms, the exchange platforms, or any other service that runs on blockchain where personal data is involved, then that collection or processing of that is now required to comply with the Act in order to protect individuals and also to ensure that there are remedies when it comes to the misuse or disclosure of personal information. So this applies to any body, whether it's a public company or, so it's a public body or a private company or a business. This act is applicable. If you're collecting data within Uganda, it's applicable. And also from outside collecting data of Ugandan citizens, then the act is also applicable. So normally when these new acts come into force, there are two ways. You can either ignore it and then face the repercussions, or you may comply and demonstrate accountability, increasing the trust of your users, and also avoiding any regulatory inconveniences. So this is one of the first cases under GDPR, which was fined by the regulator in the UK, the Information Commissioner's Office, and they fined Marriott Breach hotels up to that estimated amount because they had a breach on one of their systems and data of their guests was stolen by hackers. So this is information about their credit card details, their names, passport details, and all of that. And that's what it came to. Another case that we know, one of the first early cases was also British Airways that had a similar breach and exposing personal data of their clients, passport numbers, payment details, next of kin, travel information, and that is classified as personal data under that GDPR. So that also attracted a fine because the controls were not there. This is one of the recent ones in Nigeria early this year. A sports betting company that was also fined because their service provider did protect the information of that company. And because of that breach, people's data who were clients of the betting company was exposed and loss of privacy and confidentiality. So one of the ways of going smartly about this is to make sure that you act and make sure you comply. And one of the best ways to start that is understanding the principles. For any law or regulation, understanding the principles makes it very much easier when you're designing products or designing new services that involve anything that has to do with personal data. And the principles are as follows. One, the first is to demonstrate accountability to your data subject. In this case, the data subject is your customer or your client, even your staff members, what we call individuals or data subjects, and demonstrating accountability to them by letting them know in the notices that you provide with them at the point that you're collecting this information, why you're collecting it and how you're going to protect it. Also, the requirement now for any collection to be fair and lawful are good enough for most of the collection of personal data. Now, when it comes to blockchain services, a lot of minimal data is collected to identify an individual, and then you're off with a digital identity or a public key transacting or running your business. The next is the data should be adequate. So the information collected shouldn't be excessive. Someone's collecting it. So let's say as registering for this event, the masterclass. So I would expect bit too big to ask me about my next of kin, my blood group, and some other details which are not relevant to this event. So in this case, they just took my my first name, last name, email address, phone number, and that was adequate for them to identify me and give me access to attend. So that information therefore was adequate and wasn't excessive for the intended purpose. The other parts of data being retained only for periods authorized by law, because now in the digital age, information is very volatile. It's easy for information to get misused or breached over a long period of time. So if you maintain personal data for only the period for which you're using it, then you're reducing your exposure to any undesirable events that might leak this information after quite a long time, yet the information is not being used. Again, it's maintain quality of the personal data collected so that it's always accurate and always a true description of your customers or individuals' personal data. Next is to ensure transparency and participation of the data subjects in the collection and processing so that they know at all times what you're using the information for, which parties or third parties is it to be shared with. And also lastly is ensuring that you have the right technical, security, and organizational measures to protect the data, both in electronic and manual formats. So these are the principles that headline the Privacy Act, and these principles are best practice, globally cross-cutting, and you find most of them actually the same in the countries that have data protection and privacy acts or regulations. So one of the new roles for organizations is that they now have to appoint a data protection officer, and this person will be charged with the responsibility of maintaining records to demonstrate compliance with the Act. So they'll coordinate handling of queries and complaints from individuals, and also be a liaison person with the Personal Data Protection Office, which will be the regulator in this case under the Act, the Data Protection and Privacy Act for Uganda. One of the rights introduced is what we call data subject access requests. Individuals now have rights, and they can access information by writing to anyone that has collected information and ask either to update it or ask for who has accessed that information and for what reason, or ask for a copy of personal data that you might have about them. And according to the Act, you do have to respond, because if you don't respond, then the individual has a right to go a step higher and make a complaint to the regulator. And also, if they wish, they may also go to the courts. So it's important that companies have processes to now receive, but also respond to any request from an individual that might be raised under the Act. So liability in this case rests with the data controller, even when you have a third party that is acting as a processor. So any processor is any person that you contract who's helping you to process the information you've collected for the purposes you've collected it for. So in this case, if you are running a trading platform, but obviously you're running off someone else's network or another person's trading platform in another country, but you dig it in Uganda as a front end, then the data processor using that third party now becomes a data processor. And in your contracting, in your due diligence, you are now required to ensure they have controls in place to protect the information against unauthorized access, misuse, breaches, and guarantee the security before proceeding in search, because you, the contractor, bear liability for that transaction or that contracting. So that's very important for this to be very clear, even as we are looking at any blockchain-related service. So obviously, privacy assessments are one of the ways that different services can measure their compliance with the Act, and looking at the data inventories where they're collecting or storing this personal data, who has access to this within the organization, how the information flows within the systems and applications, how personal data is classified, and also at the end of the day, knowing where there's a gap and moving to us to fix it. One thing that I can add is that when personal data involves anyone's financial data or medical data, that's classified as special personal data under the Act, because it's of a much higher requirement to protect. Because if you have medical data, you don't want it to be breached or exposed without your consent. Same happens to financial data, also classified under special personal data. So if you're handling both, either all of this, then definitely it's steeper requirements to comply, so that as to provide that trust to your users that their information is secure and their privacy won't be breached. So looking at blockchain, we know obviously this is one of the most disruptive innovations, as well elaborated by the previous speaker. In general, we know there are two main types when it comes to distributed ledger technology. There are public and also private ones. However, the concept is that both types are distributed, centralized, peer-to-peer ledgers, and they store data, transactional data, which requires consensus among the participating nodes and synchronize changes across and also effect that across a limited number of copies. So this is where we start getting to know how this fits within fits within the current data protection and privacy regulations. So again, we know that decentralization, which is one of actually the foundation for blockchain, is that it implies rigidity by default because it's centralized. Then the actual transaction is actually signed, and this requires consensus, and this is spread across different number of nodes. So its rigidity comes into the fore from that perspective. Second, blockchain doesn't rely on a central authority to process data, and therefore issues that need to be addressed by the industry around how to fulfill requirements of any Privacy Act when it comes to the responsibility of data controllers, given that in this case, there is no central authority. It's all peer-to-peer based, built on consensus. In Uganda, we don't have the right to be forgotten, but I know in other countries like Europe, GDPR, people have a right to be forgotten, so they can ask to erase their personal data. So if that happens, and it's a service built on blockchain, but bits of that exist across different nodes in different parts of the country, then affecting that within the time or the requirements of the Act may also become a challenge. So this is something that can be innovated around. The nodes are all over the world. Remember, laws, if you look at the European GDPR, it requires that you process data in Europe, or if you're in a destination outside Europe or a data center outside Europe or any processing facility, then that country must also have a law applicable. And we also see this happening in other regulations. For example, Uganda's case also has a similar provision, the Act. So we know the decentralization, obviously, no one can pinpoint where the nodes are. It's just distributed, different copies across different jurisdictions. If you look at the Bitcoin protocol itself, it has nodes all over the world, which also creates challenges in fixing exactly where data is being processed or where it's being stored. So this extraterritorial applicability means that the services such as cryptocurrencies, cryptocurrency exchanges, wallet providers, peer-to-peer markets, and any other service that runs on top of blockchain, where personal data is involved, then the proof to a regulator will quite be a complex one to answer and also demonstrate accountability. So looking at how both worlds exist, it's all about engagement with the regulators so that we can have both worlds exist since they all provide value to the fourth industrial revolution and how we are going to run this. So I know what we've seen in other countries or other practices is that developers are working with new methods in order to, for example, anonymize private data so that even when that is being processed on blockchain service, it's anonymized and the person's identity cannot be identified, which helps to meet one of the requirements. We've seen other people use things such as innovations such as private channels, where two or more nodes can share encrypted personal information exclusively and then publish only the hash. So the hash is the only piece of data which is encrypted on the blockchain. Again, hash is a one-way, so it's not easy to derive back and identify someone's personal data or to identify a person from that hash. And we've also seen that the other ways that other people are going up creating separate off-chain structures. But again, which kind of defeats the purpose of blockchain. If you're going to create personal data in a different off-chain structure, I don't expose the hash of that onto the blockchain. And that also is how we've seen other entities that have blockchain-driven services going around this. And obviously, we've seen different things such as stealth addresses, zero knowledge proofs, that different companies are coming up with in order to comply with the law. And some cryptocurrencies such as Monero also implemented these technologies. But in countries such as Uganda, where you also have apart from privacy, there are other things such as the anti-money laundering, obviously crime financing and terrorism financing. So the need to identify a user when it comes to cryptocurrency exchanges and all trading becomes very important, because we need to be able to trace, but also identify who is transacting and also comply with the anti-money laundering requirements, which are globally required of all countries, to obviously increase safety of humanity by avoiding as much as possible crime financing through cryptocurrencies or digital exchanges and things of that like. So it's both worlds coexisting, and both industries have to engage regulators so that both can be answered. For regulators, the focus has always been on consumer protection and also the aspect of crime financing. And on the side of the players in the ecosystem, it's all about innovation, how to get services out applicable at the lowest cost as possible, the best use cases, but also at more trusted ways with which to do this. So I beg to end my presentation at this point and hand over back to Michael for any questions and answers.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Manuel. Thank you for the great presentation and actually seeing both worlds where they can meet and where maybe challenges also lie. Any questions so far? Getting Mr. Manuel on call. I don't know when it was last time, and I hope there will be another time, but it's not easy to get. So especially as many members here from Uganda, please, this is the best moment to ask someone who really has understanding on relation in some areas. You've seen his profile. I don't want to say more on that level, but happy to have discussion here. I think also, Kume, you had that actually it's a framework. Maybe that would be also a question to understand what type of playground is put in place. Is it for crypto also, or is it payment side? That would be my questions there.
So this is more for payments so far.
I mean, Mr. Manuel, is that correct? For Uganda also, it's only for payment, the regulatory sandbox?
Okay, the Payment System Act has a regulatory sandbox for payment systems providers. So it's for anything related to payments, yes.
Okay, so
even
like,
yes.
Yes, please.
No, please proceed.
Yeah, I think you are about to say it. So even virtual asset, but basically what we are regulated for in Uganda, which is cryptocurrencies?
Yes.
Okay.
Virtual currencies now, yes. They're now recognized under the Payment Systems Act.
Okay.
So
when did it come out?
So the fiat guys and also the digital currencies also fall under that act.
Okay.
This was last year, and the regulations out this year.
Wonderful. Yes, what we had in the space with many shouting and wondering was the virtual asset policies that were the registration which was required by a ministry from the Financial Intelligence Authority. So this is wonderful to hear that actually there is a sandbox for that. So does that answer your question also, Madam Kume?
Yes, but then I think my understanding is even the Kenyan guys, as long as you have a fintech sandbox, crypto can actually fall into that. So I'm assuming Uganda will be in the same spot. But in Ethiopia, we don't have any sandbox yet. So it's something that they're planning to build on in the coming years. But I got the question. I got the answers. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Kume, you're very much invited over here to Uganda, okay? So we have all in place.
I heard about Uganda, so I would love to come over. Trust me. That's
okay.
You're welcome. Mike was a very good host.
Oh, thank you, Manuel. I know you're having some shares there. You'll be doing Mama Choma with us. So another question here is from different questions are coming in here. I think the first one was clear. So is there any regulation for exchanges in Uganda is coming as question.
Okay, can I have like 3 questions and then I take them?
Okay, so is there any, if you can see the chart, they're actually there. So is there any regulation for exchanges? Is there any policy for cryptocurrencies companies in Uganda? I think that one you have partly answered already. Then from another member, is this assessment already working for overseas trading companies like Binance who ask for KYC? It's another question here. And then maybe the last I can add here is, are there regulations also out? I think that was said. We saw the act being passed, but not regulations had been issued yet. And last, is there a link or title to the act so that we can look it up?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so for 1 and 2 years for exchanges or any party that's operating any cryptocurrency trading or exchange platform, I guess they do fall under the Payment Systems Act, because that's been looked at as electronic money. As long as you have a business where you're transferring or generating electronic money, then that falls under the National Payment Systems Act. So anything to do with settlements, transactions, exchanges is also under the purview of the Payment Systems Act. The question on the Binance platform, the time Binance launched its operations in Uganda, at that time, the regulations were not out, neither was the act out. So it was a voluntary move from Binance, and I think the association of Blockchain Association engaging with the Financial Intelligence Authority to agree on a scheme at the minimum to identify or to comply with the anti-money laundering regulations, which requires anyone to do a check to know your customer, which means you have to get their names, their identity, confirm their identity before they can proceed to convert their money from fiat into digital currency. So that was voluntary at that point in time, but now that has been obviously overtaken now that we have both the act and the regulation. So I will share in the chat the title of the regulation. I don't have a soft copy with me because these are protected by copyrights by governments, but the copy is freely available and purchasable at mainly of these bookshops, or even the Gazette has an office in Kampala where you can just go easily and buy a copy of that.
Okay,
Likewise, yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I think mainly we have answered all the questions here. Yes, and then as it was also mentioned here earlier, I think the news are going out that now the central bank is the one taking over to operate the mobile money, Airtel and MTN. I don't remember seeing AfriCell. Is that something official, or is this fake news like Mr. Trump will have mentioned it or tagged it?
Yes, so it's not fake news, it's real news. The regulation when the regulations came out, obviously it found businesses already operating. So for those that were already operating, the likes of MTN and also Airtel were asked to create separate subsidiaries that were now going to be straightly regulated by the central bank. So they had to separate. If you see the notification which came out by central bank, I think it was on Monday or the other day, one of the newspapers, MTN had to create a separate subsidiary called the MTN Mobile Money Uganda Limited, separate from MTN, the telecommunications provider, and that mobile money company then applied to central bank for a license, and also central bank licensed them as a payment systems provider. So they are licensed, fully licensed, same as Airtel, and all the others were given notice. I think they gave them about 6 months or so. I'm not so sure to comply. So they are in the process of going through the filing of their requirements and getting them verified by the central bank. Then they will be issued those such licenses. So even the likes of the fintechs also are going through the same process. To payment integrators are also going through the same process to have their business legitimized under the new act and the new regulations.
Okay, thank you for clarifying this. What I saw in some charts and some groups actually that they're gonna be run by the government, or that now they are run by the government, but you actually say that what is obvious and understandable, that they actually have to follow the policy and the guidelines. So is that part maybe fake news, or that they are run by the central bank? Because that will be a bit against the current move worldwide, where we go more into privatization, not the opposite. So is it correct that the government is now running the mobile money Momo that we know in Uganda, or is it actually that they just have to comply to the central bank Payment Act policies?
Yeah, the central banks are going to run business. That is business of business. So the central bank only regulates. So the only thing a company has to do is just get their right license, and then they run their own business. But the bank is not going to run people's businesses. So that's not correct.
Thank you for the correction here. I think that this was much needed, because I'm seeing some fire in some channels, and my question was like, fintech run by government, question mark, so that's impossible, but not usually the interest of fiat, and then virtual run by an institution that is made for fiat, especially. Maybe CDBC when it comes to that. Yes, maybe, Kume, again, I need to mention, we were talking earlier about the central bank, or basically not directly virtual asset, but really backed assets like CDBC from governments. And we're looking at building a stable coin. I think that's the best word for it. Correct me if not. So from Mr. Manuel's communication, as far as I understand, fintech is actually regulated, which I also know of. And if it comes to that, such could actually operate without any issues in Uganda. Is that correct? And did I get you right, Madam Kume?
Yeah, I mean, in Uganda, actually, it would be much better. It would operate, probably not in Ethiopia. Even in Ethiopia, there is no law that says you can't. There is no clarity. So as long as there is no can't, you can basically, because the technology is quite new, and basically it's a coin that can run across the globe. It's not limited or tied with Ethiopia. So I would not see, the only thing they could do is block it from being used locally. That's the only arms they've got. So they cannot just say, you can't do Bitcoin, for example, right? So the only thing they can say, you can't operate Bitcoin within the country. So what they're gonna do probably, because there is two things, right? This stable coin, since we're gonna peg it against the local currency, it can be a good way for them to govern their local currency, because it's a free float, sometimes may not represent the market properly. So it might be a good way for them to do some sort of lesson learned if I were them, if I was a government, but then I'm not a government. So the only thing they can do, so we're gonna release it out. We're gonna try to find as many adopters, because it's gonna curb a lot of pain points. As I said earlier, there is a lot of exporters or importers that want to buy stuff, but they cannot get access. And then they're trying to go to black market, which is against the law. So we're trying to basically push for that. If we get enough adopter, and if the government finds it somehow illegal, they can block it, and we can basically utilize Uganda and Kenya. Uganda and Kenya, what they told us, we can pass it through the sandbox. As long as it gets tested, they're fine. But that takes about months, which is also another like pain point. But I don't know. We'll see Uganda, what Uganda is gonna say. So we're gonna knock Emmanuel's door.
Wonderful.
Yes,
I'm happy
welcome.
to support that.
Yes.
Yes, Emmanuel, you want to respond to that?
No, I'm saying she's welcome. So we try this out in Uganda.
Wonderful. So very interesting presentations. Thank you so much for what you have shared, Mr. Manuel. And also, please take our thanks back to Nita as a whole. Nita provided us the facility here at the ICT Ministry. We have been working close hand in hand in the past years, and it's one organization I really appreciate, because they're pushing out really the educational side when it comes to trainings. They're pushing on that side. They have built labs that certain activities can be done. I'm very surprised, and at the same time, we need to do more work towards that, together also with Nita, that the location actually gets to be known, because most people could not find it, could not locate it. And we had to send out Google Map locations to them. So I think we need to do more mobilization here, because we have a fully fledged equipped lab here with over 30 good equipped, where I want to see myself more trainings happening, especially in the crypto space, in the development. We're gonna have another masterclass on development specifically, where we talk about blockchain, smart contracts, and we actually in that few days or a week again, gonna want to actually develop tokens and NFTs and whatever comes and springs up from the mind of many smart people out there. So please take my thanks to Nita, Uganda as a whole. Really appreciate the collaboration and the support you are always giving us, and also your time to be on this call to educate us about the policies, regulation, and more.
Welcome, glad to support.
Awesome, thank you so much. So members, we're coming slowly to a close. I'm not sure if you are loaded with other questions, etc. What I can tell you is we are pushing our quiz and giveaway to tomorrow, looking at time. To tomorrow, we have some room there. I can actually tell you even the time. So we're gonna have tomorrow, we're starting with a heavy bite. That is Mr. Marcus Franke, partner at CLAP and Top Economics. So Dr. Marcus has been working on Celo almost from the start, which is awesome. He joined CLAP in 2018, and he comes from the economic and financial background. So also he worked as a trader, as a portfolio manager, and now focus on protocol, economics, and stability. These are the very few people to have. Generally, I can really talk about this. He's in Berlin right now, and it's a very rare kind of people to have on who understand token economics, who can talk about one of the latest blockchain that has launched, which is Celo, who can also talk really about the economics around it, the incentives, and so on and so forth. For this, you need a big brain, so I'm happy to have one on tomorrow. So please make sure you have a heavy breakfast early enough. You go to the gym before or do a run. If you manage, come to the facility. here at ICT Ministry at Parliamentary Avenue. I think Parliament is not far from there also. The location is not far. So make sure you join. Make sure you are ready. You have your notebooks. I will have an extra notebook for this because I'm someone who really, when I read a white paper, one area that interests me most is not so much a team. Many go for the team, but it's not my main. My main is really the token economics. So I'm very happy that we have him on tomorrow, starting at 9:30 is when he's on. We had actually given it to 10, but I think we're gonna have it a bit longer, seeing that the topic is heavy on its own. And we don't want in this master class to just talk high level and the token and the I don't know how the seconds, this consensus mechanism is separating to the other. We need to first really have broken grounds, that we break grounds together, have understanding together, understand what is actually protocol level, what's layer 1, layer 2. These are all specifics that are interesting to one kind of people, but not all. So we want to make sure that we have understanding. And that's also what I've been telling the speakers, especially as they come more, we're going now a bit deeper. We now have token economics. Not token economics, but really, as I said, looking really more to interact with community, as he says here, answer question around economics and Celo assets in general. Celo is one token, I will tell you, with 2 blind eyes, buy, hold. In my eyes, undervalued. I'm not a financial advisor, but I have been investing in crypto tokens for over 5 years. Some of them I had to hold for a very long time, others merged into new projects. And I think I know what I'm talking about. There are better experts out there. But in short, still, I want that you hear from someone who talks about economics, but not too deep. Where we need to go deep, he's the right person to do so. Then from here, we're going to go into trading, cryptocurrency trading. It's going to be quite busy. So we first have at 9:30. We start at 9 a.m. I hope we don't have the latency of today. It's due transport to the location, the one side, and heavy traffic, which I'm not used to, but that's how it is. So we first have we start at 9:15 to 9:30. We really look at review, where review is needed. The program, I'm telling you today already, we have the Celo and the economics at 9:30 for about 45 minutes. Then we have the giveaway session. We tell you what's needed to do it, to get into it. Then we have a break. During the break, you should have enough time to do what's required for the giveaway to come out as a winner, hopefully. We want at least 10 winners, not just one, not just two. So please, where needed, go back to our YouTube and watch what has been said, make your notes, and then come back tomorrow, better prepared. Then we have the break at 10:15 for 15 minutes. Then we enter at 10:30, likely our giveaway again, but now go into it. Then we want a demo of different applications that we've been talking about, showcasing what is out there. I will take on a bit time here to show you really what is out there. Where can you log in, do something? What do you need to do? And when we talk about decentralized finance, how do I start? Where do I click? How do I invest my first 10,000 Ugandan shilling or £5 or 5,000 Naira or 5,000 Kenyan shilling? I want us to go tomorrow practical. We have been having nice roadshow, let me say, where you have seen what's out there, what's happening, even the policies. Finally, we've broken it down. I hope next time we have FIA, the Financial Intelligence Authority, on, not only from Uganda. Next time we have it a bit wider even, but we need hands-on. That's what I want to see tomorrow. So we're gonna create enough time from 10:30, actually basically from 10 to 11:30, we are on hands-on, we are on practical stuff, and so on and so forth. It's very important for me. Then we have a lunch break for 45 minutes. I'm actually seeing we are all remote, most of us. So please, tomorrow when you see lunch break is not needed, tell us. We pull the quiz a bit earlier. Then we have trading. Tomorrow now we are touching trading. 2:30 p.m. Ugandan time, we are touching trading. Everyone can be on, where it's really about setup. How do I start? Which exchange? Why this exchange? What are the differences? Why not Binance? Why Binance? Why centralized? Why not centralized exchange? Which are the top tokens currently out there? And so on and so forth. We're gonna then go in, that is just part 1. Then Thursday we have part 2. Then we have part 3. Then we have part 4. This is all on Thursday. Thursday is not gonna be streamed. We're gonna be talking about setup more. On Thursday we go deeper, and then we go into trading, where we go into the platforms, and then we bring on one of our partners, friends, and expert in token cryptocurrencies. Mr. Christian will be on with us tomorrow. And again, I've said, please don't take us straight to the technical analysis, but take us first to how did you start? How did you enter? How did you become one? Can I become one? Give us a story, tell us more, and then take us from the meat closer to the bone, and then what comes under the bone. So tomorrow is loaded. On Wednesday, practical a lot. Myself, I need to practice today to do it right tomorrow. And then on Thursday, after doing all the practicals, we now do the actual workshop on cryptocurrency trading. This is only for those that have paid for this session, because it needs experts also to sit down, share with you, but at least you get a very good glimpse on Wednesday. Friday is demos and networking, and we close from there. So thank you everyone who has hung in here. I know it's not an easy one in Africa side, where we have quite high costs for data, yet this is where the journey is going. COVID has not only been bringing negatives, but has actually also taken that thing we call fourth industrial transformation into actually some transformation, revolution happening. And I think this is the way to go. We are happy at Bit2Big. We are able to facilitate also with partner something like this. It's gonna get more, and I'm happy to see that we are moving here together. Any questions, comments for the next maximum 15 minutes that I can answer? It can be off topic, where we had so far, but it can also be straight on the topic. Good thing is we still have 2 of the speakers still in the group, if not 3 actually. So, and actually 4, we even have Betship here on. So please, any questions, comments, suggestions, and then we wind up from there and call it a day. So please, you can unmute yourself. I think I have your chat with the chat window here. Any questions, comments on this? If not, I'll call it a day. Questions, I see Nigeria is on. I see Poland is on. I see Ethiopia is on. Uganda is on. And the rest I might not know. Please shout out if I've not counted your beautiful country here. So questions, comments. I see in the chat one is coming up here. Payment system. Oh, okay, that's the what it's called. Thank you. Any questions, comments, members? I'm afraid Mr. Manuel might not be on with us again, seeing his time schedule, but you never know. Yes, please. I see a raised hand here. That is Mr. Caleb. Yes, Mr. Caleb. Just unmute yourself. You can ask straight.
Good evening, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
So, I would like to inquire not about today's lesson, but my question would be, if like I want to buy a token and keep it for some time, let's say a year, which token would be better? So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, I think there was another one I had not answered. if you really want to buy a token, I mean, as I said, I'm not a financial advisor. Me, I do my research. So that's what you should also please do. Always do your research. Do your research. Don't just jump down into the mainstream. When it's in the mainstream, means in the main media, you're too late, basically, because someone has already taken on the journey. So if you really look at, it's always the question of what type of investment do you want to do? You're set kind of like long-term, 1 year. It's not very long-term, but it's part of long-term. So, and you want a token that can work for you. I mean, right now, really, I myself will not buy so much tokens. We are quite in a very interesting market currently. I might rather do staking. That is basically the decentralized finance. I'll buy, for example, Ethereum, in both cases actually, and put it into a system that generates me money every day, interest rate basically. So Cake is currently hot in the space. I have it here on my to-do list for days. My people have been pushing me to look into it, to purchase, to do it, because I think they're talking about what, $100? I think they've gone now to $300. Put it in, wait 10 years and go to even $1 million more or less. That's what I hear. I've not done my research fully yet, but one of my colleagues has. So token by Ethereum. Ethereum is one token which I think is definitely undervalued, looking at why. They have built a machine that operates smart contracts. They have failed when it comes to gas price, but they're correcting it. Likely this year. I say likely because they had many likelies before, but they will correct it. It's an awesome community and definitely one that has done very good work. So buy Ethereum at least. I won't buy only one. Don't put all eggs in one basket. So you buy some Bitcoin, put aside. Buy some Ethereum. Right now, I'll buy more Ethereum, put aside. Then I'll buy some Cardano. Why not? They're doing some good work. It's a blockchain company in general. Why not? I wouldn't leave out Celo. Celo has done what Ethereum has been trying to do, and quite well. So definitely jump into some Celo. Buy some Celo, hold them, and be glad later on. I mean, we have Betship here on the call, and having Betship on the call, you're not mentioning Pundi X token will be like a crime we're doing here. So I'll buy some Pundi token. They have gone down, good. They have a product out there, which is the POS. They have a cold wallet, which we work with them also together. Disclaimer here. We work also with Celo, by the way, we're Alliance member. So definitely buy some Pundi tokens. But as I say, don't just buy one. If you have $100, share 30% into this, 40% into that, and so on and so forth into others. We have traders currently trading with us because we as a company, we offer trading service to our clients. They give us $10,000 and say, hey, Michael, here, bit too big, trade for me, pay me my profit after so and so long, and show me some reports, please. We have that type of clients. We do that. And then we also, I always tell the client, hey, we're gonna split it according to the current market like this, this, and this. We have automation behind it and can do 24/7 trade. So that's really what I will recommend to you. Don't just buy one token, buy multiple ones, share your capital among different ones. When if one goes down, another one goes up. We had now let me say, you know, when the charts go up, we have up, green, down, red. So when it goes down too much, it's all red, and people say bloodbath. We basically had one with many tokens really go down. The main one was Bitcoin, $65,000 and down to I think $28,000. Very painful for us traders, but that's where risk management comes in. Don't invest money you cannot lose. I always tell, not everyone likes to hear it, but I'll keep saying it. Don't invest money you can't lose. If you got your funds now for the next semester university, please don't invest it all, maybe a bit, but don't invest it all. Or if it's rent, go with what you can afford losing, because this is not 100% thing. Yes, last year Bitcoin performed 300%, awesome. I see, is it Coin? What's that? I see one of the big platform in the marketing and news space saying, wow, there's even their algorithm even performed 2,000%, even outperformed Binance, not Binance, outperformed Bitcoin. I'll be careful with those statements. Though it's a big player in the industry, still careful. So don't invest in one. At the same time, don't invest money that has been borrowed. I've seen those mistakes happen. I had people come to me, Michael, here, $100,000. Please, you've said this, how much you can pay me out every week. We can do it. And when I learned it's a loan, or you put a trigger on it, if you don't pay this week this much, then it's all bad. I don't do that. I tell you, please do something else, but it's too risky to take money from the bank or lenders, invest and think something good can come out of it. Even if it does come out, the risk is too high. Trading is all about risk management. It's not all about profit. It's about risk management. Good risk management helps you to stay in profit. Bad risk management, make sure you are in profit, then you crash and get wrecked. We don't want that. So I think I've mentioned some tokens. I think I left out too much. A BNB token has been a bit high, has gone up, has now gone a bit middle in. They're currently under investigation, serious investigation. So you could say, well, that's a food. Let us buy when other people fear they say we buy. That was now the case for Bitcoin. For me, definitely, I will have bought more. And it still might go down, by the way. So please be careful. It's a personal decision you need to do. You cannot say, Michael told me to buy this token, then now I can't sleep, I lost my land. No, please, I never want to hear that. That's why I'm always saying, buy what then with the money you can lose. If it goes up, don't yell around. That's another advice. There's much happening in this space. A lot of money is done. I mean, yes, I post on the group. I have now one trading I've done, 500%. Awesome on a small amount for my risk management, but it's 500%. I did it cross. Other will tell you, why are you doing cross? Do isolated, 3, 4, 5x. Depends. Everyone does what they, as I say, they can stomach. If you can't stomach it, don't do it. And please also do your research. We have too many scam coins out there. Other people call them shit coins. Not my word, I'm saying what other people call it. So please be careful with that. Also be careful with some tokens which are called funny names there. It becomes a bit funny to explain to your partners. I was told here there's a token, please buy so awesome. It's called a pussy token. Please don't just go for funny names and think that's why ABCDE. Some of the stuff you even have to explain. So be careful with it. I bought some Inu token. I saw the potential, but I didn't just buy and hold. I bought and put in our automation. Our automation guarantees that when it goes down, it sells with not too high risk losses. We usually don't lose more than 35% of the profit, but we cash out multiple times to make sure that we have profits at the end. So some of the tokens, when I buy them, ISP, by the way, ISP is a good token to buy. I think it's huge potential based in Switzerland, internet infrastructure, more or less. I think that's one I can say, yes, definitely buy some. And if Madame Down brings out a token or here other speakers that you have had, definitely buy some Black-owned business tokens to support the ecosystem. Question here to answer so many questions is, oh yes, many questions. How much minimum amount is needed for trading? It depends. If you want to trade and make huge profit, you have to put also in huge amount. Not always necessary. One of the guys I'm following also carefully invested 500 in a trade and made 50,000 out of it. Wow. Awesome. Doesn't happen every day. He went 100x. I did it a few times and it burned and hurt. Sometimes it went well. I invested, I don't know, $8. I made $800 out of it, which is awesome. So the amount is not really what is the key. What is the key is your strategy. You can invest very little on a futures market, which we're going to talk tomorrow about. And there you can go and borrow basically 100 times of what you have invested and trade against it. Does it go well? Some people did shorts in the last few days. They bought maybe only for, let me say, $5 and invested $1 of it because you need a little bit space to do it. I invested a little bit into it and said, now I go 100x and I made short, maybe. And the $1 became 1,000 easily. That can happen on a future trade. Others is someone just bought Inu tokens. The dog killer, as some people call it. I just call it Inu tokens, but not just Inu. They bought some of it 3 months ago with $17. And it went to, so its amount, okay, he had $17 and he cashed out after 2-3 months, $6 million. Awesome. The challenge in this industry, the biggest challenge in every area, if you look at charts, technical analysis, hear these stories, it's always past, behind there. It's always past. You hear about the guy who invested, not who's investing in mix, who invested $17, who invested in BNB token when it was few cents, who invested in Ethereum, in Bitcoin when it was just cents. That's a challenge we have. You don't have someone who tells you, now, God has made me a prophet for the cryptocurrency industry. So my prophetic gift is cryptocurrencies. And I see this token of Bit2Bit, God willingly, is gonna go up 5,000%. So better buy it. None of it is out there. No prophet of such has been born, to my knowledge. I'm a Bible scholar. I'm a Hebrew Bible learner. I just finished my Hebrew in some level. Awesome. Thank God. I'm still learning more, and I have not crossed a prophet on that level yet. If you do, please let me know. But don't let me know by you had. Let me know by experience, then we talk. For $1 million, for millionaire success story, there's 1,000 who lost theirs. Yes, thank you. Exactly. Risk management. Thank you so much, Mashek. Yes, risk management is the key. So don't let someone sell you, invest, I don't know. I mean, I hear people. I had a guy who came to me, Michael, I'm selling my house and so on and so forth. I'm getting 500 million. I don't even know how much is that in dollar. That's about, is it $130,000? So I'm having about $130,000. I'm coming just in a few weeks to you and I want to invest. Please don't even come to me. I'm not interested. We have the OTC in Kampala. Come buy and sell tokens. Any token you want, we can get it for you. If you want to sell your tokens, we can also help you with that. If you want to trade your tokens, we give you advice. So tomorrow we're gonna show you really a 360 degree. That's what we have built. We have built with other solutions out there, one solution whereby you invest, you can trade, it can trade for you 24/7. If you go to sleep, you get signals by experts, your money is traded on your own account. That's something I've worked on for some years to get there. And right now I can finally say to everyone, you know what? If you want to start with $5, fine, we can give it to you for free, at least for the first 2 weeks or 30 days. That's where we're heading to. So don't listen to the people who tell you. That's also cases I've been having too much. Hey, you have won this mining competition on this platform. Now send us $100 so we unlock it to send you the tokens. I keep getting calls and I keep saying on the calls, don't waste it. Some of them tell me, I've been investing $100 every month, $100, and I've already received some. And you ask them how much profit, it's below the $100. You give them money, they take some of it, give you back, or take someone's and give it to you. Be careful in the industry. We have too many of those. If you can, learn, that's what we're doing here, learn about trading. Secondly, own the account, put proper security, which we're gonna do tomorrow, put proper security in place, trade, trade, do with a less amount. Even if you have, let me say, $10,000, start with $1,000. Start with that, push it forward from there. So before I go more into trading, please, this is our topic tomorrow. Every one of you is invited. We're gonna share a new link to the live session, to the live streams. Zoom gonna be the same link. I'll start it in time, and then we're gonna dig deeper. Others have gone into the rabbit hole. For you, don't have to do too much of it because we have awesome speakers. People are sharing. Happy to have Mashik on here also sharing. Happy to have Emmanuel who shares from another side. Happy to have Betship Lewis also who shares from another angle. Happy to have Christian on board. We have here OG Brian is his name here that he puts, but it's Treasure Brian. I basically took him by hand from 0 to 100 on trading. I think today he doesn't even ask me anymore. He does his own trading and has done profit. Bombard him. You see him here on the chart. Write him. How did you get there? How did you do it? How was the setup? And I think it was only 1 or 2 weeks he was trading and he's making money. So if you need some extra money, call him, have a beer or drink with him. With me, it's boring. I don't drink alcohol, but coffee, tea, always welcome. I'm still in Uganda. Pop in here at Ministry of ICT, as I mentioned, and I'm happy to share with you face to face when you come in here. Guys, thank you so much being on the call for the speaker. I really appreciate taking time. None of the speakers paid to be here. No time is paid for anybody to invest here. I really appreciate everyone. I appreciate Mr. Emmanuel, busy from the government office to give us time here, and especially his vast knowledge. I appreciate those that have already gone off. I think Mrs. Down has really given you insights. I think Mr. Emmanuel missed this and others have missed it, but it's recorded. Timeless topics have been discussed here. So tomorrow, be on. As far as I can, I'll share with you some quiz questions early enough so that you can ask questions. I've shared the link earlier here. I'm sharing it again. Our group link, join it. That's where we communicate mainly. It's on WhatsApp. If you want Telegram, join WhatsApp. We give you Telegram so that we can keep communicating. Let me just share it here once more. So join. Quiz is coming out so that we can go into the draw tomorrow, and then hopefully you can be the winner. And if you are the winner, we are also the winner. Thank you, everyone. I wish an awesome evening. Depends on the time zone you are in. I've seen some US numbers. So if you're in the US, wish you a good day. Thank you for joining at very early hour. Nigeria, you are 1 hour. We are 2 hours ahead. So it's your afternoon. Other countries, again, appreciate. Thank you. Happy to see you tomorrow. Goodbye to everyone. Thank you for joining, and please share this fire to others. Don't take it only alone. Share it with a neighbor, and tomorrow bring along someone. Come tomorrow and bring along someone. So we beat these numbers, and especially can share tomorrow top insights with as many people as possible. Wish you a nice evening. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you. Caleb, we appreciate you too. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Have a nice one. See you tomorrow. Welcome, Mr. Eddie. Very welcome. Hope to see you tomorrow. And have a good rest while you're digesting all this. Thank you, Mashek. Also, thank you for joining from far, which is now possible. Thank you for coming on board, and hope to see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.